Chapter 652. What happened? Is someone about to attain the Tao? In the various grotto heavens and blessed lands of the primordial world, the great divinities who were in seclusion woke up from their enlightenment and looked at the Emperor Star with bewildered gazes. There was the source of this anomaly. But unfortunately, the result disappointed them. They did not see anything. As far as their eyes could see, it was filled with endless starlight. It was bright and dazzling, covering the entire boundless starry sky and blocking everyone's line of sight, making it impossible to see what was happening inside. The boundless starry sky was Feng Zichen's greatest protection. In it, he could do anything without worrying about being discovered. This was even more obvious after he reshaped the boundless starry sky. In the boundless starry sky, there were Feng Zichen's imprints everywhere, causing his control over the boundless starry sky to reach its peak. Even the powerful heavenly Tao found it difficult to interfere. Therefore, as long as he was willing, then with the vastness of the primordial world, no matter who it was, they would not be able to detect what was happening in the boundless starry sky. This time, if it were not for the fact that Feng Zichen's attainment of the Tao was too great and alarmed the entire primordial world and exceeded the range of the boundless starry sky, this matter would not have been known by the entire world. He reckoned that it would pass by quietly. However, achieving primordial chaos Daluo Jingxian was a huge matter in the primordial world. It was only second to the attainment of the Tao by a saint. The myriad Tao of heaven and earth, the billions of laws, the endless space-time, and so on had to be sensed and sensed. It was not an exaggeration to say that it was a grand occasion in the primordial world. Since that was the case, such a huge matter that shocked the primordial world, how could it be hidden from the public? Primordial chaos. That was the supreme Tao fruit, the peak that a cultivator could reach. The phenomenon that was created when it was born was spontaneously formed by heaven and earth. It affected every tributary of the long river of space-time and could not be hidden at all, unless whose power could be so strong that it could cover the entire long river of space-time. But obviously that was impossible. To be honest, the power of the river of time and space wasn't very strong. Daluo Jingxian could manipulate time and space at will, let alone a great divine power. But at the end of time and space, there was an inconceivably majestic existence. It was his existence that made the river of time and space unshakable. Pango. It was a light name, but it was heavier than Mount Buzhou. It was enough to suppress the entire chaos. Rumble. In the sky above the Emperor Star, innate Taos gathered together, billions of laws appeared, and boundless Taos spread out, turning this place into a world of Taos. At the same time, Feng Zichen, who was in a state of enlightenment, suddenly looked up to the sky and roared. Ah! Amidst the long roar, a surge of great power rose from Feng Zichen's body. In an instant, it swept through the heavens and the earth, shaking the past, present, and future. Then, a purple river that was more than 3,000 miles long gushed out of Feng Zichen's body, crossing the sky and the earth. Instantly, the world fell silent. A mysterious aura quietly appeared. It constantly merged with the Taos that filled the world, as if they were corroborating each other. Whoosh, whoosh, Taos were merging with each other, an invisible throbbing spread, like the pulse of the world, endless mystery. The purple river that rose from Feng Zichen's body wasn't a real river, but a Tao. If one looked carefully, they would discover that what flowed in the purple river wasn't a drop of river water, but a bright, innate rune. This was a long river completely formed by innate runes. The purple light was the light that bloomed from the innate runes. The purple river was vast and mighty. It was only about 3,000 miles long, but it gave off an incomparably huge feeling, as if it had pierced through the entire world. He wasn't a river. He was a Tao. It was Feng Zichen's Tao. It was the Tao that he had been painstakingly cultivating ever since he stepped onto the path of cultivation. Today, when Feng Zichen attained the Tao of primordial chaos Daluo Jingxian, The Tao that he had painstakingly cultivated for nearly 10 million years had finally completed its transformation. It turned from illusory to real, and it appeared in the world for the first time in the form of a purple river. 1,000 miles of the Tao was the first heaven of primordial chaos. 3,000 miles of the Tao was the third heaven of primordial chaos. The purple river was vast and mighty, spanning more than 3,000 miles. It meant that Feng Zichen was already at the third heaven of primordial chaos. The length of the purple river was still growing at a speed visible to the naked eye. It could be seen that Feng Zichen's strength had not reached its peak, and there was still room for improvement. The long river flowed quietly, constantly corroborating with the innate Tao and the billions of laws. It was like a crop that had been in a drought for a long time and suddenly encountered a good rain. It crazily absorbed the profound meaning of heaven and earth to become its own nourishment. Gradually, the aura emitted by the long river became more mysterious and ancient. It gave people the feeling that it had existed since ancient times. While in the process of corroborating with heaven and earth, the purple innate runes that formed the long river of the great Tao were also changing. It became even more resplendent. It trembled and jumped in the long river. Sometimes it was arranged together, sometimes it was connected into a large area, as if it was developing a supreme technique. One could see. Traces of supreme divine powers could be seen. They appeared in the long purple river, releasing astonishing fluctuations. As Feng Zichen advanced to the primordial chaos Daluo Jingxian, his divine abilities also underwent a transformation. They were being reinterpreted, expounding the great Tao from the perspective of the primordial chaos, becoming more perfect and powerful. And all of this together formed Feng Zichen's Tao. It included the innate sword Tao, the Tao of space-time, the Tao of stars, the Tao of reincarnation, and a series of innate Tao supreme great Taos. What? Great Emperor Ziwei has attained the Tao just like that. Isn't this too fast? In the primordial world, the powerful beings who could vaguely see what had happened from the shocking phenomenon of heaven and earth could not hide the shock in their hearts. They could not help but mutter in a daze. They could not see what was happening in the boundless starry sky, but they were not blind. It was not like they could not see the phenomenon that affected the entire primordial world outside the boundless starry sky. Coincidentally, such a phenomenon. It also made everyone feel that it was particularly familiar. It was just like when Dong Huang attained the Tao. The scene of Dong Huang attaining the Tao was a scene that the powerful beings would never forget in their lives. It was even more profound than the Tao ancestors' unification and the saints' attainment of the Tao. Because it was Dong Huang's attainment of the Tao that allowed them to know that their path ahead was not cut off. Above the quasi-saint, it was not just the saint. There was also the primordial chaos Daluo Jingxian. It was precisely because of this that they remembered the scene of Tai attaining the Tao so vividly. As a result, when they saw the phenomenon that affected the entire primordial world, they were roughly certain that Feng Zichen had attained the Tao. After confirming this, everyone's feelings could be said to be particularly complicated. They felt that they had lived their entire lives in vain. Fast. Too fast. It was really too fast. How many years had it been since the birth of great Emperor Ziwei? It had been less than an eon. And it was in less than an eon that he had achieved what others had not achieved even after spending several eons of time. He had cultivated to the realm of primordial chaos Daluo Jingxian, leaving everyone far behind. How could this not be shocking? But while they were shocked, the group of powerful beings felt that this was a matter of course. It seemed that great Emperor Ziwei attaining the Tao was not something that was unacceptable. It was a matter of course, a matter of course. This contradictory feeling really made the hearts of the great divines feel extremely strange. And the reason why they felt this way was because Feng Zichen's performance was too dazzling. From the moment he appeared and saved the primordial world, Feng Zichen had done too many earth-shattering things along the way. Not to mention the high and mighty primordial chaos Tao Master, more than one of them had fallen at his hands. Even the legendary demon ancestor Rahu had suffered a loss at his hands. Such an existence brought too much shock to everyone, so much so that in the end, everyone was already numb. They thought that no matter how great his achievements were, it was a matter of course.
So,
After discovering that Feng Zichen had attained the Tao, everyone was shocked, but they also felt that it was a matter of course. They were really shocked to the point of numbness. Compared to Feng Zichen's previous amazing performance, it was not too much of an exaggeration for him to achieve Tao in less than an eon. A few chaos demon gods at the level of primordial chaos Daluo Jingxian had been killed by him. Wasn't it a joke to say that such a figure could not attain the Tao? In the face of such a situation, those great mediums could at most sigh and say, as expected of the orthodox Pangu, a noble existence of the same sect as the heavenly Tao. His cultivation talent is indeed terrifying. That was the end of it. What followed next was endless envy and anticipation. With the second, would the third be far away? After Feng Zichen attained the Tao, the day when they attained the Tao would not be far away. This was not a joke, but a fact. The path of primordial chaos of the great mediums of the primordial world had been completely opened by the remnant spirits of the chaos demon gods that they had devoured. They only needed an opportunity. They could take one step closer and cultivate to the realm that they had always dreamed of. Cultivation was without time. In the blink of an eye, 10,000 years had passed. And Feng Zichen finally woke up from his cultivation. At the same time, this also marked his breakthrough. This time was about to come to an end. Phew. Fourth level primordial chaos? It's a little low. Feng Zichen let out a long breath and said with some dissatisfaction. While he was speaking, behind him, the shadow of a long purple river that spanned more than 4,000 miles was faintly discernible. The Great Tao was more than 4,000 miles long. It represented the fourth heaven of primordial chaos. In other words, after converting all his foundations into strength, Feng Zichen became a fourth heaven of primordial chaos expert. The cultivation of the middle stage of primordial chaos was not considered weak even in the entire primordial world.
it could not be said.
Saint Juan-Ti was at this realm. Logically speaking, Feng Zichen should be satisfied with his strength. But, in fact, he was very dissatisfied with his current cultivation, because, with the help of many supreme forces, he should have broken through to the sixth heaven of primordial chaos in one fell swoop. He should have become a top expert among the saints. But because of an accident, Feng Zichen's dream of the sixth heaven of primordial chaos was completely shattered. And that accident originated from the Hongmeng runes that he engraved into his body at the beginning of the breakthrough. In order to try to evolve the legendary Hongmeng Dao body, Feng Zichen had once engraved the runes that represented the Hongmeng Dao on Hongmeng Daozhong's body. They were engraved on his body. At that time, he had just had a flash of inspiration and made an attempt. But he did not expect that he would really succeed. The runes that represented the Hongmeng Dao were easily imprinted on his body by him. And as his cultivation broke through, they completely merged into one. At first, when the Hongmeng runes entered his body, Feng Zichen was very excited about it. He thought that it would definitely bring him an astonishing transformation. After all, that was Hongmeng. It was the beginning of everything. But in the end, it undoubtedly disappointed Feng Zichen. After the Hongmeng runes completely merged with him, they did not display any power. Instead, they fell into silence and did not move at all. If he could not clearly sense their existence, Feng Zichen would have thought that they had disappeared. After the Hongmeng runes fell silent, although Feng Zichen was a little disappointed, it did not affect anything overall. It was just a casual move. If it succeeded, he would be happy. If it failed, there was nothing to be sad about. Therefore, after putting this matter down, he focused on breaking through. But, unexpectedly, just as he reached the peak of the fourth heaven of primordial chaos and was about to advance to the fifth heaven of primordial chaos, an accident happened. The Hongmeng runes that had fallen into silence suddenly began to move restlessly. They emitted a powerful suction force and crazily devoured Feng Zichen's origin. This sudden turn of events really gave Feng Zichen a fright. Almost without hesitation, he mobilized the power in his body and tried to suppress the rioting Hongmeng runes. However, no matter what method he used, even if he used the Hongmeng Daozhong, he could not suppress the Hongmeng runes. Seeing that his origin was being absorbed by the Hongmeng runes at a speed visible to the naked eye, Feng Zichen really wanted to completely cut it out of his body. However, the Hongmeng runes had completely merged with him. If he cut it out, it would definitely shake his Dao foundation. For a moment, Feng Zichen hesitated. The loss of the origin could be slowly made up. It would just take a little more time. However, if the Dao foundation was shaken, it would hurt the foundation and affect the future path of Dao. As the saying goes, the lesser of two evils. In this way, how to choose between the two? Wasn't it obvious? Therefore, Feng Zichen gritted his teeth. He allowed the Hongmeng runes to devour his origin. Let him devour. With a boundless starry sky and Panga's projection as his backing, what Feng Zichen did not lack the most was the innate origin. He did not believe that a mere Hongmeng rune could suck him dry. Of course. Just for this reason. It was not worth Feng Zichen to make up his mind. What really made him make up his mind was that he saw the possibility of approaching the Hongmeng Dao from the changes in the Hongmeng runes. Speaking of which, ever since Feng Zichen had mastered the Hongmeng Daozhong, he had tried all means, but he had never been able to comprehend the mystery of the Hongmeng Dao. It was as if he had no fate with the Hongmeng Dao. Chapter 653. Gradually. This matter was about to become Feng Zichen's sore point. If he could not comprehend the way of Hongmeng, he would not be able to completely refine Hongmeng Daozhong. This meant that Hongmeng Daozhong could leave him at any time. This made Feng Zichen very uneasy.
It could be said that
he was able to achieve what he had today, mainly because of Hongmeng Daozhong. Although it was partly due to his hard work, it was far from being comparable to the role played by Hongmeng Daozhong. In the primordial world, there were many people who worked hard. There were also people who worked harder than Feng Zichen. Why didn't others achieve so much? Not to mention anything else. Let's talk about the great magicians of the primordial world. Could it be that they didn't work hard enough? They had persisted in cultivating for hundreds of millions of years without relaxing. It could be said that they worked hard enough. But what about the achievements they had achieved? It was far from as high as Feng Zichen. And all of this was brought by Hongmeng Daozhong.
it could be said that
there was no Hongmeng Daozhong. There was no Feng Zichen today. Therefore, in Feng Zichen's heart, he naturally valued Hongmeng Daozhong very much. He did not want him to be lost in his hands. Although with his current strength, even without Hongmeng Daozhong, he could still dominate the primordial world and pursue a higher realm. However, the existence of Hongmeng Daozhong would undoubtedly allow him to take fewer detours, reduce a lot of risks, and cultivate to a higher realm faster. Therefore, this treasure could not be lost.
And
a treasure like Hongmeng Daozhong. In his own hands, it was better than in the hands of others, right? Hongmeng Daozhong had transformed into a primordial treasure in his hands. It must not be taken away by outsiders and become a wedding dress for them. It was because he was worried about Hongmeng Daozhong that Feng Zichen ignored his own safety when the Hongmeng runes mutated and allowed them to devour his innate origin. This was the first time he had seen the Hongmeng runes change. Therefore, no matter the outcome, he would let it continue to change. Because this might be the only opportunity for him to peek into the mysteries of Hongmeng's Dao. There was movement. It was better than nothing. If the Hongmeng runes continued to remain dormant, Feng Zichen did not know when he would be able to see the mysteries of the Hongmeng Dao. And there was movement. This represented an opportunity. This was like a huge gamble.
he won.
They would be able to comprehend the mysteries of the Hongmeng Dao and obtain endless opportunities. He lost. Although his life would not be in danger, his strength would be greatly reduced due to the fall of his source energy. But Feng Zichen did not care anymore. With the boundless starry sky and Panga's projection behind him, no matter how much source energy he lost, he could make up for it in an extremely short period of time.
So,
He could afford to gamble. Moreover, he might not lose. Faintly, Feng Zichen had a feeling. The mutation of the Hongmeng runes should be a good thing for him. After all, the Hongmeng runes had already merged with him. The two of them were bound together for good and ill, harming him. Not only would the Hongmeng runes not gain any benefits, but they would also pay an unimaginable price. Just like that, time ticked by, second by second. In the blink of an eye, it was 10,000 years later. At this time, the Hongmeng runes seemed to have eaten their fill. They stopped devouring Feng Zichen's source and retracted into their bodies. They lay there quietly, motionless. As the Hongmeng runes regained their calm, Feng Zichen also woke up. He had to wake up. His breakthrough had come to an end. He could no longer support his breakthrough. Fourth heaven of primordial chaos. This was Feng Zichen's current realm. Originally, he should have reached the sixth heaven of primordial chaos. Unfortunately, thanks to the help of the Hongmeng runes, they devoured the source that he used to break through, leaving him at the fourth heaven of primordial chaos. This was also a blessing in disguise. At the very least, he still maintained the cultivation of the fourth heaven of primordial chaos. He did not fall, did he? According to the devouring speed of the Hongmeng runes at that time, Feng Zichen was really afraid that his strength would fall. Is this Hongmeng? Feng Zichen, who woke up from his enlightenment, said in a daze. The price of 2 heavens was not in vain. After the Hongmeng runes devoured the source, they also gave Feng Zichen some information about the Hongmeng Dao. Although this information was still somewhat obscure and difficult to understand, it was much better than not understanding anything before. In Hongmeng Daozhong, with the help of the creation jade disc fragment, Feng Zichen finally sorted out some clues from this information and comprehended a trace of the mystery of the Hongmeng Dao. Don't underestimate this trace of comprehension. As the saying goes, everything was difficult at the beginning. But as long as he started, the next step was not so difficult. Comprehending a trace of the mystery of the Hongmeng Dao was equivalent to entering the door. Next, with the help of Hongmeng Daozhong, sooner or later, Feng Zichen would be able to completely comprehend the Hongmeng Dao. Moreover, the Hongmeng runes in his body. Since the first change could happen, then there would definitely be a second change, a third change, a fourth change, and this would be the best help for Feng Zichen to comprehend the Hongmeng Dao. My Dao has been completed. After comprehending the Hongmeng Dao, Feng Zichen's heart was abnormally excited. Even the unhappiness of not reaching his realm had been diluted a lot. If his realm was not enough, he could slowly increase it. But there were not many opportunities to comprehend the Hongmeng Dao. If he missed it, who knew if there would be a next time? As soon as he comprehended the primordial Dao, Feng Zichen could not wait to cultivate it. Soon, he was lost in the boundless Taoist rhyme.
Then,
he was woken up by Hongmeng Daozhong. The most difficult thing about cultivating the Hongmeng Dao was that if one was not careful, there was a danger of being assimilated by the Hongmeng Dao. Hongmeng, the beginning of being. Anything that existed, whether it was a person or an object, originated from him. Therefore, he had the ability to assimilate all things. The most powerful part of the Hongmeng Dao was also the most dangerous part of him. Therefore, one needed to be extremely careful when cultivating this Dao. But Feng Zichen was not an exception, because he had Hongmeng Daozhong. With the help of Hongmeng Daozhong, he could pull Feng Zichen back from the crisis of Hongmeng's assimilation at any time. This was the reason why Feng Zichen was confident that he could cultivate the Hongmeng Dao. Fourth level of primordial chaos? It's still a little low. Looks like I still have to give it a try. After the initial excitement, the unwillingness of not reaching his realm as expected once again surfaced in Feng Zichen's heart. For this, he planned to give it a try. He would continue to improve his realm. And in the primordial world, he had already used up all the power that he could use to improve his realm. There was no other power that could help him.
So,
Feng Zichen turned his gaze. He placed it in the chaos outside the realm. He remembered. In addition to being the great Emperor Ziwei of the primordial world, he also had another identity in the chaos outside the realm. A creature of chaos, the Pangu Zichen clan. This was back then. When he attained the Tao of Daluo Jingxian in the chaos outside the realm, the great Tao personally gave him an identity. For this, he also received a reward from the great Tao, a supreme-grade innate spirit treasure, the first origin Tao talisman, as a protective spirit treasure.
And
Feng Zichen was able to gather his timelines so smoothly in the river of time and space partly because of his Tao attainment in the chaos outside the realm. There was no concept of time and space in the chaos outside the realm. Therefore, when Feng Zichen successfully attained his Tao in the chaos outside the realm, there was no future for him in the primordial world. The past was constant and could be easily cut off. However, the future was fleeting and unpredictable. It was constantly changing, causing one to be unable to see through it or grasp it. Therefore, the future was the most difficult to cut off. However, Feng Zichen had no future. This saved him the most difficult step. He easily gathered his timeline, jumped out of the river of time and space, and wandered outside the world. Imagine attaining the Tao in the chaos outside the realm. There were such great benefits. If he attained the Tao in the chaos outside the realm, wouldn't the benefits be even greater?
thinking about it,
Feng Zichen was excited. He felt that he could give it a try. As for failure, he had never considered it.
his Tao,
It had already exceeded the scope of the Tao of Stars. It was all-encompassing and all-encompassing. It was gradually approaching the Tao of Hongmeng. Its power was no weaker than the great Tao cultivated by the Chaos Fiend God. Since that was the case, how could it fail? After making up his mind, Feng Zichen immediately took action. He first looked at the outside world and found that the phenomenon of his Tao attainment had yet to dissipate. At that moment, he secretly activated the power of Panga's projection and secretly interfered with the phenomenon of heaven and earth to prolong its existence, so as to hide the fact that he was not in the primordial world. After doing all this, Feng Zichen immediately released his spiritual will and crossed endless time and space to establish contact with the chaos bead hidden in the human Tao Emperor's seal.
Then,
His figure flashed. He disappeared on the spot. He came to the chaos bead. And no one noticed all of this. Not to mention the fact that the boundless starry sky blocked everything. Feng Zichen's current cultivation base was at the 4th level of primordial chaos. He could already make it so that no one could discover his tracks. Let's go. Inside the chaos bead, Feng Zichen waved his hand and opened the space-time door. With a step, he left the primordial world and arrived in the chaos outside the realm. Rumble. After many years, Feng Zichen had already undergone earth-shaking changes, but the chaos outside the realm was the same as before. Loneliness, emptiness, chaos, and the endless tyrannical chaos aura were always the theme of the chaos. Hiss, no wonder the chaos fiend god is so powerful. In such a harsh situation, if one is not strong enough, they will not be able to survive at all. Every time Feng Zichen came to the chaos outside the realm, he could not help but sigh at the environment here. It was really too harsh. The Daluo Jingxian of the primordial world was here. It would not be long before it was completely destroyed. The worse the environment, the more powerful the existence born. After sighing, Feng Zichen removed the protection and stepped into the realm of the chaos outside the realm. When he first stepped into the realm of chaos, not only did he not feel uncomfortable as he expected, but it gave Feng Zichen a comfortable feeling like a fish in water, as if he had returned to his mother's embrace. This surprised him. Rumble. Just as Feng Zichen was surprised, he seemed to sense a strange aura. The surrounding chaos aura suddenly became restless and swarmed toward him, wanting to devour him. Humph. Displeased, Feng Zichen was about to take action to suppress the chaos aura that was surging over when he saw a mysterious divine light blooming from his body. Shua. Wherever the divine light shone, the restless chaos aura seemed to be tamed and floated obediently beside Feng Zichen. In a trance, Feng Zichen seemed to understand something and reached out to touch his eyebrows. There. He did not know when, suddenly, a mysterious imprint appeared on it. And that mysterious divine light was emitted from this mark. Zichen mark. It was the name of the mark. At the same time, it was also the symbol of Feng Zichen's identity as a chaos creature. This was the mark of life that the great Tao gave to Feng Zichen. It was his real name. It could also be said to be the name of a god. It's been a long time since I've been to the chaos outside the realm. I forgot that as a chaos creature, how could I be afraid of a mere chaos aura? They should be the ones who should be afraid. With a chuckle, Feng Zichen opened his mouth and inhaled fiercely. He actually swallowed all the chaos aura that hovered around him. This is the real chaos aura. The power contained in it is many times richer than the chaos aura in the chaos outside the realm. Smacking his lips, Feng Zichen said with some emotion. After his strength reached the realm of primordial chaos, the Khanate aura could no longer meet his daily needs for cultivation. Only the chaos aura could allow him to continue to improve. However, after the chaos aura of the primordial world was filtered by the sky curtain, although the danger was greatly reduced, the power contained in it was undoubtedly weakened by a lot. It was far from being comparable to the pure chaos aura in the chaos outside the realm. It was no exaggeration to say that cultivating here for a day was better than cultivating in the primordial world for a year. It's time to find an opportunity to take back the chaos feed. Thinking of the benefits of cultivating in the chaos outside the realm, Feng Zichen decided to take back the chaos feed to make it easier for him to cultivate here. Originally, even if this didn't happen, he would have taken back the human Tao Emperor's seal after the 5 emperors. A Khanate treasure. How could it always be in the hands of others? Forget it. Business is more important. Let's achieve the Tao first. Knowing that his time was limited, Feng Zichen didn't delay any longer and decided to achieve the Tao first. Rumble. A long purple river of more than 4,000 miles surged out of Feng Zichen's body in a mighty manner. Following the connection between them, it rumbled toward the origin of chaos. There was the mark left behind by Feng Zichen when he attained the Tao. Just as Feng Zichen had thought, his attainment of the Tao this time was very smooth. His great Tao was easily imprinted on the origin of chaos and existed with it. Just like last time, as Feng Zichen imprinted his great Tao on the origin of chaos, the great Tao in the unseen world immediately reacted. Wisps of mysterious power hung down and gathered the chaos aura in all directions, turning into a huge furnace of the great Tao. It enveloped Feng Zichen and slowly refined him. This was the great Tao personally helping him to be reborn and reconstruct his Tao body with supreme power. Chapter 654. Just like when Feng Zichen broke through to Daluo Jingxian, the great Tao personally cleansed his origin and helped him transform into a chaos creature. This time, when Feng Zichen broke through to primordial chaos Daluo Jingxian, he received the same experience in the great Tao. Perhaps, with this opportunity, he could transform into a chaos demon god in one fell swoop. Of course, this was just a thought. How could a chaos demon god be so easy to become? Who knew how many years had passed since the birth of chaos, and this vast chaos had only given birth to 3,000 chaos demon gods. If Feng Zichen only relied on one baptism of the great Tao to transform into the high and mighty chaos demon god, wouldn't that make the chaos demon god look bad? That's all I, the great chaos demon god, am? That's all? If the chaos demon god really had no face, how could he be called the greatest life in the world? Therefore, the birth of every chaos demon god consumed the luck and creation of the chaos. It was not so easy to achieve. One or two baptisms of the great Tao could not make Feng Zichen transform into a chaos demon god. At most, it could only make him closer to such an existence. After all, the chaos demon god was different from the innate god fiends. They were the true seeds of the great Tao, and each of them had the possibility of achieving eternity. Boundless pain assaulted him, causing Feng Zichen to gasp uncontrollably. This was the price of baptizing his body. The pain went straight to the depths of his soul, and it was impossible to avoid.
However,
Feng Zichen's realm was high, and his endurance had greatly increased. After the initial discomfort, he began to get used to this pain.
Then,
he could not feel the pain. It seemed that it was just that. After not feeling the pain, Feng Zichen relaxed a lot. Then he began to do business. Great Tao furnace out. Feng Zichen's mind moved, and a huge furnace flew out of his body and hung in the air, echoing with the great Tao furnace in the outside world. This was a supreme great magical power that he had created by imitating the Great Path Furnace. The Great Path Furnace, pseudo. Since he had nothing to do, he might as well take this opportunity to transform his divine ability. Originally, the power of the Great Tao Furnace was very strong. It was enough to rank at the top of the countless great divine powers in the untainted land. Then, after confirming with the Great Path once again, its power would definitely be further enhanced. Who knows, he might be able to enter the top 3 and become one of the strongest supreme mystical skills of the Great Desolate Eon. In the chaos, time passed unknowingly. Under the baptism of the furnace of the Great Path, Feng Zichen did not know how much time had passed. It felt like an instant, yet it also felt like thousands of years. In short, in a daze, Feng Zichen finished his transformation. The great Tao came suddenly and left suddenly. The moment Feng Zichen completed his transformation, all the strange phenomena disappeared without any warning. Only Feng Zichen was left behind. He stood in the chaos, stunned. That's it. In the chaos, Feng Zichen muttered in a daze. It was no wonder that he was like this. In the early stages of the baptism, he had indeed tasted unimaginable pain. But after the baptism reached the later stages, everything was different. The great Tao seemed to have released its restrictions on him. All kinds of mysteries appeared in front of his eyes without any concealment, allowing him to swim freely in the ocean of the great Tao. Unknowingly, Feng Zichen was immersed in it. Therefore, after the great Tao left, he suddenly woke up from his enlightenment and could not accept the feeling of difference for a moment. That was why he sighed, as if he had not had enough. If I could stay under those conditions, why would I worry about not being able to reach the limitless great Tao? After calming down, Feng Zichen shook his head and said. Then he began to sense his own condition. Because he had fallen into the deepest level of enlightenment, his mind was completely immersed in the great Tao. He did not have any extra mind to pay attention to his body. This was what was often said. Apart from the Tao, there was nothing else. For this reason, during the enlightenment period, Feng Zichen's body operated instinctively. He really did not know what kind of changes had happened. He needed to feel it carefully. Fifth heaven of primordial chaos? The moment his mind returned to its original position, all kinds of information naturally poured into Feng Zichen's mind, allowing him to understand all the changes. Among them, the most eye-catching thing was, it was his cultivation level. Fifth heaven of primordial chaos. He was one step closer to the fourth heaven of primordial chaos. It still did not satisfy Feng Zichen. That's right. The great Tao had personally taken action. Logically speaking, it should not be so shameful. Even if it did not raise Feng Zichen's realm by 5 or 6 levels, it should have raised it by 2 or 3 levels. Only then would it be in line with the identity of the great Tao. But in the current situation, how should he put it? The performance of the great Tao was indeed not worthy of his identity. He had only raised his cultivation level by 1 level. If word got out, Feng Zichen felt embarrassed for the great Tao. Where was the face of the great Tao? This time it was all gone. At the very least, the great Tao's impression in Feng Zi's heart plummeted. Although, This was useless.
Ugh.
After complaining about the realm, Feng Zichen looked at the Hongmeng runes. After all, to him, this was the most important thing. After calming his mind, Feng Zichen focused his attention on the Hongmeng runes. Immediately, he had a different feeling. The power of Hongmeng. He felt the power of Hongmeng. No, to be precise, he had mastered part of Hongmeng's power. In Feng Zichen's body, the mysterious Hongmeng runes were no longer silent. Instead, they became abnormally active. They came to Feng Zichen's divine sea and trembled inexplicably. They emitted wisps of mysterious power and began to temper Feng Zichen's magic power. After being tempered by the Hongmeng runes, Feng Zichen's magic power condensed from starlight actually inherited some characteristics of the Hongmeng Qi. For example, it assimilated everything. In itself, the Ziwei star power in Feng Zichen's body could be said to be domineering and peerless. It had the power to destroy all laws. Now, in addition to the Hongmeng Qi's ability to assimilate everything, it had become even more domineering. That's right. The power of the Hongmeng Qi and the power of the Ziwei star power not only did not cancel each other out. Instead, they strangely merged into one and turned into an even more powerful force. Not to mention that it could destroy all laws, it even showed signs of destroying everything. It could even destroy the power of the Tao. Go! Subconsciously, Feng Zichen mobilized the magic power in his body and threw a punch forward. However, a dragon's roar sounded, and then an endless purple aura erupted. It moved forward in a mighty manner, as if it was going to sweep everything away. Rumble. The surrounding chaos shook as a result. Wherever that purple stream of air passed, the surrounding chaotic aura would rapidly melt away like snow encountering the blazing sun.
No.
It was not melted. It was assimilated by it. It became a part of the purple aura. After a long time, the wave that erupted in the chaos finally subsided. Looking in the direction of Feng Zichen's punch, the chaos aura could no longer be seen. It was empty, forming a huge passage, and the surrounding chaos aura did not make up for it. Hiss, so powerful. Even Feng Zichen was shocked by the power of the attack. If he had this ability before, even if he did not rely on external forces, he, who was only a half-step primordial chaos realm, would dare to directly challenge the real primordial chaos Tao Master, an existence specially created by Daluo Jingxian, who had just entered the primordial chaos realm. No wonder even the great Tao personally made a move, but my realm only increased by 1 level. So this is the problem. At this time, Feng Zichen finally understood why his realm only increased by 1 level. It turned out that the extra power had been devoured by the Hongmeng runes. The Hongmeng runes would not change for no reason, and the only thing that could change them now was the power of the Great Tao. Combined with Feng Zichen's current situation, wasn't the answer very obvious? The Hongmeng runes must have been used by the Great Tao to increase the power of Feng Zichen's realm, which was why there was such a huge change. Was it worth it? Of course it was worth it. Mastering the power of Hongmeng gave Feng Zichen the capital to fight above his level. This was something that could not be brought about by the increase of his realm. One had to know. At the end of the realm, without the help of external forces, it was very difficult for the previous situation of fighting above his level to happen. Those who could reach the primordial chaos realm, which one of them was not a stunning genius. Each of them had left their own legends in the history of cultivation. Such a figure. Who would be worse than who? Fighting above his level, it was impossible to think about it. After mastering the Hongmeng runes, Feng Zichen had this possibility. How could this not be exciting? If his realm was low, he could slowly increase it. But once this opportunity was missed, it would really be gone. TSK, TSK, TSK. It had to be said. The Great Tao was the Great Tao. Its power was much higher than the power of the primordial world. Feng Zichen had paid so much in the primordial world, but it only made the Hongmeng runes react. But once the Great Tao made its move, It directly made the Hongmeng runes completely recover. This was the difference. Ziwei Emperor Qi. From now on, you'll be called Ziwei Emperor Qi. After sighing, Feng Zichen gave the power in his body a name. Ziwei Emperor Qi. Ziwei was the symbol of his identity. Emperor was simple. As the name implied, it meant the great emperor. Qi, needless to say, referred to power here. The combination of Ziwei Emperor Qi meant that it was the power of Ziwei the Great. It was also narcissistic. After confirming the realm and the changes in the Hongmeng runes, Feng Zichen turned his gaze to the changes in his body.
Speaking of which,
the changes in his body were the greatest. After all, this was the goal of the Great Tao's transformation. Compared to before, the origin has improved a lot. It's more perfect and more in line with the Great Tao. It's just that there's still a long way to go before I become a chaos demon god. After feeling it, Feng Zichen said. Overall, he was very satisfied with the changes in his body. Although he did not succeed in becoming a chaos demon god, he was very close and had the possibility of becoming a chaos demon god. Perhaps, if he continued to transform like this, when Feng Zichen's cultivation reached the 12th level of the perfected primordial chaos, he would be able to transform into a true chaos demon god in one fell swoop.
perhaps.
The perfected primordial chaos realm was not enough. But when Feng Zichen reached the limitless Daluo Jingxian, he would definitely be able to transform into a chaos demon god. He had the confidence. He also had the confidence. However, after this transformation, even if Feng Zichen did not transform into a chaos demon god with his current background, it was enough to enter the top 3 of the primordial world. Even Lian Sanqing, in terms of background, could not compare to him. Moreover, the path of the God Fiend mainly cultivated the physical body. Since Feng Zichen had achieved the Tao with the path of the God Fiend, it meant that his physical body was very powerful. He had already cultivated the Pangda's Tao body, specious but not. Its hardness was not inferior to a primordial treasure at all. Even if Dijiang was reborn and Hutu came in person, she did not dare to say that she was better than Feng Zichen in terms of physical body. With the size of the primordial world, it was estimated that only the demon ancestor Rahu. Only then would he be able to surpass Feng Zichen in terms of physical strength. He could not be called the first in the primordial world, but he could definitely be called the top 3 in the primordial world. Strong. Very strong. The current Feng Zichen could be said to be truly standing at the top of the primordial world, becoming the small group of people standing at the top, able to dominate the fate of all living beings. The rise and fall of heaven and earth were all in his hands. From this moment on, he had completely gotten rid of the fate of a chess piece and became the next person on the chessboard called Heaven and Earth. From behind the scenes, he walked to the front of the stage. With Feng Zichen's cultivation of the 5th level of primordial chaos, there were not many people stronger than him in the primordial world. There were only a handful, even the 7 saints. Their strongest person's strength would not exceed the 6th level of primordial chaos. It could be said that the current Feng Zichen could completely do whatever he wanted in the primordial world. Daluo Jingxian, who had reached primordial chaos, already had the capital to flip the table with the heavenly Tao, and this was the capital to roam the world. On this trip to chaos, Feng Zichen could be said to have gained a lot. His strength had increased too much. In one fell swoop, he had become one of the top 10 experts of the primordial world. There were only 10 primordial chaos experts alive now. 7 saints, Tao ancestor, demon ancestor, Feng Zichen, now that he thought about it. Every time Feng Zichen came to the great chaos outside the realm, he would be able to obtain unimaginable gains. The great chaos outside the realm. It could be said to be his blessed land, his road to rise. It was here that the foundation was laid. In the future, if there was nothing, he should come here more often. After all, this was his blessed land. If he walked a few more times, he might be able to find some other opportunities. This trip to the chaos outside the realm, he had gained so much. Feng Zichen was generally satisfied. However, it wasn't as if there were no regrets.
This time,
Because he had not become a chaos fiend god. The great Tao did not bestow a magic treasure as his lifelong spiritual treasure, like before. This was Feng Zichen's greatest regret. Back then, he only became a creature of chaos. The great Tao gave him a supreme grade innate spirit treasure. Then, if he became a chaos fiend god, wouldn't a magic treasure bestowed by the great Tao be even better? One had to know that every chaos fiend god had a chaos spirit treasure. Without a chaos spirit treasure, Feng Zichen would naturally feel very regretful. However, it didn't matter. This chaos spirit treasure, he would get it sooner or later. He would treat it as a temporary deposit in the hands of the great Tao and keep it for him for a period of time. The attainment of the Tao is over. The next chapter is back to the primordial world. Chapter 655. It's about time. It's time to return to the primordial world. After erasing the aura of chaos on his body, Feng Zichen stepped into the space-time door and returned to the primordial world. Although the chaos was good, but his foundation, and the people he could not bear to part with, they were all in the primordial world. In the blink of an eye, space-time changed. Looking back again, Feng Zichen had already returned to the Emperor's Star. At this moment, only 3,000 years had passed since he left the primordial world. Well, it was just a short moment. And this, of course, was not because Feng Zichen was lucky. One had to know. Because the chaos did not have space-time, one could not feel the passage of time there. Therefore, if one was not careful, one might think that one had only stayed in the chaos for a moment, but in fact, tens of thousands of years or even hundreds of thousands of years had passed in the primordial world. Of course, it was also possible that one had spent tens of thousands of years in the chaos, and only an instant had passed in the primordial world. All of this depended on one's luck.
to be honest,
Feng Zichen's luck could be said to be extremely good. But there was always a possibility. What if his luck was useless in the chaos?
so,
He did not dare to gamble on this probability. If he was delayed in the chaos for hundreds of thousands of years, then it would be too late.
for this,
After Feng Zichen entered the chaos, he used the chaos bead to stabilize the chaos and make the flow of time consistent with the primordial world. In this way, no matter how many years had passed in the primordial world, no matter how many years had passed in the chaos realm, the reason why Feng Zichen could return after 3,000 years was because of this. Otherwise, who knew what time and space the time node was when he returned? Feng Zichen's age was already past the time to gamble on luck. The current him was focused on planning before acting. Without sufficient preparation, how could he let himself take the initiative to put himself in an unknown situation? That was not only irresponsible to himself. It was also irresponsible to the forces behind him and the people who cared about him. Feng Zichen. He was no longer a loner. He had a wife. He also had clansmen. He had friends. 3,000 years. In addition to the 10,000 years before that, that's a total of 13,000 years. That's not a short time. It's time to go out. If we don't go out now, it will arouse suspicion. After returning to Emperor Microstar, Feng Zichen estimated the time that had passed and felt that it had been a bit too long. He didn't have time to rest and immediately removed the Tao attainment phenomenon. Outside, there was still a large group of powerful beings waiting. Indeed, they did not know how long it would take to attain the Tao. Therefore, it was reasonable to say that Feng Zichen could come out whenever he wanted. But don't forget, there would also be a day when these great beings would attain the Tao. If that day really came and they remembered what happened today, he only needed to compare it with the time he attained Tao to know that something was amiss. This would bring unnecessary trouble to Feng Zichen. In order to prevent such a situation from happening, Feng Zichen still had to put on a full show. He had to remove the phenomenon of heaven and earth in time to announce to the world that he had successfully reached the realm of primordial chaos Daluo Jinxian. Rumble. As the phenomenon of heaven and earth disappeared, a vast fluctuation suddenly spread out from Emperor Microstar. In an instant, it swept through the entire primordial world. At that moment, heaven and earth seemed to have stopped. After that, heaven and earth returned to normal. However, the living beings of the primordial world had already unknowingly prostrated themselves in the direction of Emperor Microstar. That was Feng Zichen releasing his aura to announce to the world that after Donghuang Tai, the new primordial chaos Daluo Jinxian was born. Of course, in order to keep a trump card, and also to prevent scaring others, Feng Zichen only displayed the cultivation base of the third heaven of primordial chaos to the outside world, not the fifth heaven of primordial chaos. Once he attained the Tao, he would be at the fifth heaven. If word got out, it would be like a myth. It was indeed a little scary. It was better to keep a low profile. At the same time, he could also trick a group of people at the critical moment. The moment Feng Zichen's aura rose, everyone knew that great Emperor Microstar had successfully attained the Tao. In this primordial world, another supreme expert was added to the mix. Suppressing the restlessness in their hearts and restraining the envy in their eyes, the group of great mediums walked out of their cave abodes one after another and headed outside the boundless starry sky to congratulate Feng Zichen for successfully breaking through to primordial chaos Daluo Jinxian. It was no exaggeration to say, the congratulations of everyone came from the bottom of their hearts, because they were all the beneficiaries of Feng Zichen's Tao attainment this time. In the primordial world, there was no such thing. When one person attained the Tao, he suppressed the situation where everyone else could not attain the Tao. In fact, the situation in the primordial world was exactly the opposite. The more people attained the Tao, the easier it was for the people after that to attain the Tao. In the primordial world, above Daluo Jinxian, there was actually no path left. Daluo Jinxian was already at the end of the Tao. But unfortunately, there were many capable people in the primordial world who forcefully broke the limit and walked a path above Daluo Jinxian. This was the origin of primordial chaos, and the new realm had just appeared. There were definitely many imperfections. This required generations of people to work hard to perfect it. And every time there was an additional primordial chaos Daluo Jinxian, the new realm would be perfected a little, and future generations would be able to take fewer detours. Attaining the Tao would also become easier. In this way, everyone had received benefits from Feng Zichen. Even if they did not accept his kindness, they would not speak ill of him. It was just a few words of congratulations. It was not like they would lose a piece of meat if they said it. How could it be compared to the benefits they had received? On the Emperor Star, Feng Zichen saw that everyone was rushing towards the boundless starry sky. It was not good for him to continue sitting down. He quickly got up and went out to welcome them. Poor Wei and the others congratulate Your Majesty on attaining the Tao and enjoying the limitless Tao fruit. Your Majesty attaining the primordial chaos Tao fruit is equivalent to breaking free from the cage of heaven and earth. From now on, you will be free and unrestrained. You are really envious of others. When everyone saw Feng Zichen walk out, they all went forward to congratulate him. Fellow Taoists, you are too polite. The Emperor Star is just one step ahead. I think that with your strength, it won't be long before you can take that crucial step and become a primordial chaos Tao realm like me. Waving his hand, Feng Zichen also smiled and congratulated everyone.
Just like that.
Both sides spoke one after another. Outside the boundless starry sky, they flattered each other. During this period, Feng Zichen did not mention anything about letting everyone enter the boundless starry sky for a chat. As for the crowd, they did not find this strange at all. He did not let everyone enter the boundless starry sky. It was not because there was some secret in the boundless starry sky that could not be discovered by others. It was because there were too many great mediums. If there were 3 or 4, It was fine for Feng Zichen to let them in. But basically all the great mediums of the primordial world had come. How could Feng Zichen dare to let them all in at once? Who knew? Among these great mediums, how many spies of the Chaos Fiend God were there? If they took the opportunity to cause trouble, that would be terrible. In the boundless starry sky, there were 4 great ferocious beasts oppressed. If any one of them was let go, it would be a great disaster for the primordial world. Therefore, Feng Zichen could not gamble. Since he could not determine which group of people were the spies of the Chaos Fiend God, he might as well not let them in. Without a doubt, there must be spies among the great mediums, and there would be many of them. Ever since the Chaos Fiend God possessed the great mediums, these great mediums of the primordial world could not be trusted. Who knew who was the Chaos Fiend God in disguise? There must be some unlucky people who were possessed by the Chaos Fiend God and were not exposed. There were quite a number of these unlucky people. They hid among the great mediums, like poisonous snakes hiding in the dark, and could give the primordial world a fatal blow at any time. Therefore, Feng Zichen had to be careful of them and not give them a chance to make a move. Regarding the matter of spies, Feng Zichen knew. The great mediums knew. In the primordial world, almost all the existences with the strength of the quasi-saint realm knew. Feng Zichen did not dare to let everyone enter the boundless starry sky because he was worried about the spies. In order to prove their innocence, everyone did not mention entering the boundless starry sky. What did they want to do by entering the boundless starry sky at this time? No matter what the purpose was, the person who made this request would definitely arouse everyone's suspicion. As everyone was afraid of each other, they began to exchange pleasantries in front of Feng Zichen's house. Gradually, Feng Zichen realized that it was not a good idea to continue like this. If word got out, it would make him seem impolite. Therefore, after some consideration, Feng Zichen decided to bring everyone to the heavenly court for an exchange. It was also because Hao Yan was not around and Zhuanxu had abdicated. The heavenly court was in a state of being without a master that Feng Zichen dared to do so. If the heavenly court had a master, Feng Zichen's actions would be a slap in the face. No heavenly emperor would be happy. But now, the heavenly court had no master. Of course, he had the final say. Fellow Taoists, it's not convenient for us to talk here. Why don't we go to the heavenly court? It just so happens that we can also discuss the candidate for the next heavenly emperor. The heavenly court has a rule to maintain the operation of the primordial world. It can't be without a master for a long time. After the greetings, Feng Zichen suggested to everyone with a smile.
All right.
Regarding this, everyone had no objections and agreed.
Thus,
Feng Zichen led everyone. They headed towards the heavenly court in a mighty manner. Fellow Taoists, now that Zhuanxu has abdicated, causing the position of heavenly emperor to be vacant, the heavenly court cannot be without a master for a day. Do you have a suitable candidate? In the Lingxiao Palace, after some small talk, Feng Zichen finally asked about serious matters. Your Majesty, do we still need the Poor Wei and the others to recommend us? Right now, isn't there the most suitable candidate? As soon as Feng Zichen finished speaking, Zhen Yuanzi walked forward and said with a smile, Fellow Taoist Zhen Yuan is talking about? Feng Zichen asked knowingly. He couldn't say his name himself, right? How inappropriate would that be? It's you, Your Majesty. As he said that, without waiting for Feng Zichen to refuse, Zhen Yuanzi continued, Your Majesty is the second in command of the 3 realms. Now that the heavenly emperor has entered a calamity, it's only right for Your Majesty to step forward and take charge of the heavenly court. This was the truth. It was reasonable and irrefutable. Great Emperor Ziwei was the legal successor of the heavenly emperor. This was recognized by the heavenly Tao. Fellow Taoist Zhen Yuanzi is right. It's most appropriate for His Majesty to step forward and take charge of the heavenly court. If His Majesty hadn't been seriously injured back then, His Majesty would have stepped forward to clean up the mess when the heavenly emperor entered the calamity. Why would he need to give up the 5 emperor positions to the human race? Yes. Before the Heavenly Empress reincarnated, didn't she also entrust the heavenly court to His Majesty? After Zenuanzi finished speaking, the remaining great mediums echoed, actually, in their hearts. As long as it wasn't a human who continued to be the Heavenly Emperor, then it didn't matter who came to be the Heavenly Emperor. Of course, it would be best if Feng Zichen was the one who became the Heavenly Emperor. Because he was the Heavenly Emperor, he was really too suitable. There was no other suitable candidate like him in the primordial world. Under the flattery of everyone, Feng Zichen was not prepared to hold back and was about to agree to this matter immediately. Okay, since everyone has unanimously recommended me, then I won't refuse the position of the Heavenly Emperor. Just as Feng Zichen was about to agree, an accident happened. Quickly go to the chaos beyond the heavens. A heartless voice suddenly sounded in Feng Zichen's ear, interrupting what he was about to say. Heavenly Axie dash in an instant. Feng Zichen's face darkened, because he recognized whose voice it was. It was the Heavenly Axiom. In the primordial world, only the Heavenly Axiom could emit such an extremely cold and majestic voice. At this moment, at the moment when he was about to become the Heavenly Emperor, the Heavenly Axiom asked him to go to the chaos beyond the heavens. It would be strange if there was no problem. Obviously, someone did not want him to become the Heavenly Emperor. As for why he did not suspect that something had happened to the chaos first, of course, that was because in Feng Zichen's perception, nothing unusual had happened to the chaos. If something happened to the chaos beyond the heavens, it would definitely be difficult to hide from his perception. Because Panga's projection covered the entire primordial world, and he controlled Panga's projection. This meant that the entire primordial world was under Feng Zichen's surveillance. Who could it be? The first thing to eliminate was the Heavenly Axiom. Feng Zichen was only temporarily taking over the position of the Heavenly Emperor. It was not like he was changing the world and completely replacing Haotian. When he returned, he would still have to return the power to Haotian. Since that was the case, such a small matter, the Heavenly Axiom would not care. If it was not the Heavenly Axiom, then it could only be the Tao Ancestor or the Six Saints. In the primordial world, only they could mobilize the power of the Heavenly Axiom to stop him from becoming the Heavenly Emperor. Tao Ancestor Hongjun might not have a reason to make a move, but the 3 Pure Ones and Junti had a full reason. There was a grudge between Feng Zichen and them. With a suspect target, the next thing was much simpler. He only needed to go to the chaos beyond the heavens to verify it personally. One had to know. Among the saints, there were also people who stood on his side. Referring to Nuwa. Cough. Fellow Taoists, I already know your intentions. However, the Heavenly Axiom urgently summoned me to the chaos beyond the heavens. Therefore, the candidate for the Heavenly Emperor, you should choose another person. With a light cough to hide his embarrassment, Feng Zichen continued to speak. At the same time, the moment he spoke, an invisible aura spread out from his body. In an instant, it enveloped the entire Lingxiao Palace. Chapter 656. The sudden change caused everyone's expressions to change. They hurriedly released their divine senses to check what had happened. Rumble. The majestic divine senses surged out and swept through the Lingxiao Palace in the blink of an eye. Time and space are frozen? This is. After everyone sensed it, they did not find any danger. They only felt that the time and space here seemed to be isolated and had fallen into a stagnant state. I see. After thinking for a while, everyone understood Feng Zichen's intention. The Heavenly Axiom had summoned him, and he had to go. However, at this time, the candidate to succeed the Heavenly Emperor was still undecided, so he could not leave directly. The matters of both sides could not be delayed. For this reason, Feng Zichen simply froze the time and space here so that it could not flow. In this way, no matter how much time had passed in the Lingxiao Palace, The time in the outside world would not move and would always remain at the previous moment. This move could be said to be killing two birds with one stone. It would not delay Feng Zichen's time to go to the chaos beyond the heavens, nor would it prevent him from choosing the next heavenly emperor. This made Feng Zichen much more relaxed. What happened just now, Ziwei had no choice but to do so. I hope everyone can forgive me. After everyone calmed down, Feng Zichen said apologetically. Although there was a reason for his action of freezing time and space, he did not inform everyone in advance. It was inevitable that it would cause everyone's displeasure. It was an emergency. Understandable. Understandable. When everyone heard this, they hurriedly waved their hands to show that they did not care about what happened just now. Now, they only had shock in their hearts. How could they care about their displeasure? Too strong. Feng Zichen's performance, just now. It was really too strong. Just like that, he froze time and space in front of them, and they did not have any means to stop it. If such a method was used to deal with them, the consequences would be unimaginable. Their minds were completely immersed in the scene of Feng Zichen's action just now. How could they dare to go against Feng Zichen? As long as he did not go overboard, naturally, he would do whatever he said. His power was inferior, so it should be like this. Looking at everyone's expressions, Feng Zichen knew that he had achieved his goal of intimidating them. He made a move to freeze time and space. Saving time was only one aspect. On the other hand, it was to show everyone how powerful he was to intimidate them. Primordial world. After all, this was a place where strength spoke louder than words. If he did not show off his muscles, who would know how much he was worth? Who would take his words to heart? Fellow Taoists, are there any other candidates? Now that he had achieved his goal, Feng Zichen did not want to force them too much, lest it backfired. Therefore, he asked about the important matter. This, for a moment, everyone hesitated, not knowing what to say. In the end, it was because they could not figure out Feng Zichen's thoughts. In the vast untainted land, wasn't it easy to find a few people who were qualified to become celestial emperors? Even if that didn't work, couldn't they take the field themselves? The reason why they didn't speak was that they didn't know who could satisfy Feng Zichen. Thinking about it, they happily recommended a candidate that they were satisfied with, but Feng Zichen rejected it. Wouldn't that be awkward? Moreover, looking at Feng Zichen's attitude, it was obvious that he didn't want everyone to recommend him. Everyone was smart. From Feng Zichen's performance, they could roughly see that he already had a suitable candidate in his mind, but he was too embarrassed to say it out loud. What he was waiting for was just a step. He naturally said the candidate in his mind. And the step came very quickly. Your Majesty, let's not talk about whether there is a suitable candidate in the minds of Poor Wei and the others. Let's talk about whether there is a suitable candidate in your Majesty's mind. If there is, why don't you say it out loud and let Poor Wei and the others discuss it? As if seeing Feng Zichen's dilemma, Zhen Yuanzi was very sensible and gave him a way out. Yes, yes, yes. We have already recommended him just now. Now it's time for your Majesty to recommend him. Hearing this, everyone hurriedly echoed. Seeing everyone's performance, Feng Zichen was very satisfied. But on the surface, he looked hesitant. It wasn't until after hesitating for a long time that he said with a troubled expression, "Since everyone says so, then I'll recommend a candidate. Look, what do you think of the Earth Empress?" As soon as he finished speaking, in an instant, the entire hall became so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. The faces of the great divines froze on the spot. The Earth Empress, a name that didn't have much of a sense of existence, almost made everyone forget her existence. But it was this name that brought great shock to everyone the moment Feng Zichen said her name. That was the incarnation of a saint. Everyone thought of many possibilities in their hearts, but they didn't expect that Feng Zichen would recommend the incarnation of the Earth Saint, one of the four royals, as the heavenly emperor. However, in a sense, that person was indeed one of the most suitable candidates. Everyone couldn't refute. Of course, the main reason was that they didn't dare to. That person was the person who couldn't be offended in the primordial world. Facing the Earth Empress who controlled the 6 paths of reincarnation, even Tao ancestor Han Jun had to be polite to her. Not to mention the great magicians. After all, the Earth Empress had too much merit on her. The merit she obtained when she transformed into reincarnation was second only to the merit of opening the heavens. Fellow Taoists, I would like to invite the Earth Empress to ascend to the heavens and become the emperor. What do you think? After a long time, Feng Zichen said. Naturally, no one dared to have any objections. If the Earth Empress is willing to come, that would naturally be excellent. But I'm afraid that the Empress might not be willing to come. After a while, someone seemed to have thought of something and said uncertainly, Sai, there's no need to worry. If the Earth Empress doesn't agree, you can let her recommend a candidate. Shaking his head, Feng Zichen said nonchalantly. Then, without waiting for anyone to reply, he disappeared on the spot. Fellow Taoists, I'll leave the matter of bringing the Earth Empress to the heavens to you. I'll head to the chaos outside the heavens first. After his figure completely disappeared, Feng Zichen's faintly discernible voice could be heard in the void. Obviously, he had already gone far away.
Crash.
The sound of a mirror shattering could be heard. The barrier that enveloped the Lingxiao treasure hall quietly shattered, and time and space returned to normal. Looking at Feng Zichen's empty seat, everyone was speechless. He left just like that? He just threw the trouble to them so casually? He was too carefree.
Sigh.
He's born to work. After sighing, everyone did not dare to delay and hurriedly rushed to the netherworld. The earlier they invited the Earth Empress, the earlier they could relax. Just as everyone was heading to the netherworld, the chaos outside the heavens. At the junction of the primordial world and the chaos outside the world, where the gate of witchcraft was, the atmosphere was extremely tense. Feng Zichen was confronting the 3 pure ones, Xuanti, and the others. Since he was already here, it was not difficult for him to see who was secretly plotting against him. It was the Heavenly Lord of Primordial Beginning. Back then, because of the matter of the South Pole Star, Feng Zichen had a conflict with the Heavenly Lord of Primordial Beginning and embarrassed him in front of everyone. And this was extremely difficult for the Heavenly Lord of Primordial Beginning, who cared about his reputation. Because of this, the Heavenly Lord of Primordial Beginning secretly hated Feng Zichen and was prepared to find an opportunity to repay him. However, before he could find an opportunity to do so, the disaster of the Chaos Demon God erupted. Helpless, the Heavenly Lord of Primordial Beginning could only go to the sky screen to resist the invasion of the Chaos Demon God. For this, to take revenge on Feng Zichen, he had to put it on hold for the time being. However, putting it on hold did not mean that the Heavenly Lord of Primordial Beginning had forgotten about it. The Heavenly Lord of Primordial Beginning, who was bored in the chaos outside the heavens, planned to use the vision of his clone to observe the current situation of the primordial world. Good Lord, it did not matter what he saw, but he saw an opportunity to take revenge on Feng Zichen. At that time, it was when everyone elected Feng Zichen as the emperor. When the Heavenly Lord of Primordial Beginning saw this scene, how could that be? Of course, he disagreed. He had to think of a way to stop it. After Feng Zichen attained the Tao, it was already very difficult to deal with him. If he became the Celestial Emperor, it would definitely encourage his arrogance. It could not be said that even a saint would find it difficult to restrain him. Feng Zichen becoming the Celestial Emperor, even if it was only temporary, would bring about a greater impact than Haotian. After all, Feng Zichen's strength was ranked there. 3rd heaven of primordial chaos. Or out of fear. Or out of revenge. In short, the Heavenly Lord of Primordial Beginning decided to stop Feng Zichen from becoming the emperor. And the 3 pure ones were one. Since the Heavenly Lord of Primordial Beginning had made a move, the Grand Pure One and the Grand Master of Heaven naturally could not just stand by and watch. Whether they were willing or not, they had to help. As for why the 3 pure ones were involved in receiving Xuanti, it had to be explained from the matter of their identities being exposed. Because of their background, the two of them had been faintly excluded from the circle by the crowd.
For this,
The two of them already had a bad relationship with the Panga divine system, and it fell to the freezing point. It could even be said that they had become enemies. Since that was the case, when the two of them saw the internal strife in the Panga divine system, they were naturally extremely happy. They had become enemies. Of course, they could not bear to see the other party doing well. If the Panga divine system was harmonious, how could the two of them have the chance to rise? Only when the Panga divine system fought with each other openly and secretly would they have the chance to fish in troubled waters and obtain a chance to develop. Under such circumstances, when they saw the three pure ones, who were the authentic Panga divine system, targeting the other authentic Panga divine Emperor Ziwei, they naturally did not want to stop them. Instead, they wanted to add fuel to the fire and make the relationship between them even worse. Only in this way would it be in their interests. Therefore, it was precisely because of this consideration. When the three pure ones made a move, receiving Zhuan-Ti also secretly helped. The power of the five saints working together was enough to affect the operation of the Way of the Heavens for a short period of time. This was also the reason why the Way of the Heavens called Feng Zichen to the chaos beyond the heavens. It was completely the result of the saints behind the scenes. Heavenly Lord of Primordial Beginning. What do you mean? Standing in the chaos, Feng Zichen coldly questioned the Heavenly Lord of Primordial Beginning opposite him. As he spoke, an invisible aura erupted. It pressed forward with a loud bang, crushing the surrounding chaos aura. To be honest, compared to the chaos aura of the great chaos beyond the realm, the chaos aura of the chaos beyond the heavens was as weak as a baby.
too weak.
Feng Zichen could shatter it with a slight move. Feng Zichen was very angry, very angry. The position of Celestial Emperor was right in front of him, but it was gone just like that. No matter who it was, they would be angry. Moreover, was Feng Zichen angry about losing the position of Celestial Emperor? He was angry about the occurrence of the variables. The situation had already somewhat exceeded his control. One had to know that the position of Celestial Emperor was related to the future of the human race. In the end, it was lost by the Heavenly Lord of Primordial Beginning just like that. How could he not hate? If it weren't for the fact that the other party had more people, Feng Zichen would probably have made a move directly. However, he couldn't even defeat the three pure ones when they joined forces, let alone the two of them who were receiving Zhuan-Ti. However, even if he couldn't defeat them, he couldn't lose his momentum. After all, he was in the right. Moreover, the three pure ones probably couldn't afford to lose that person and would join forces to attack him. If Zhuan-Ti was receiving Zhuan-Ti, Feng Zichen believed that the two of them would join forces. However, the three pure ones might not be so. It was not a good thing to care about face. Fellow Taoist Ziwei, what do you mean by this? Seeing Feng Zichen's aggressive posture, the Grand Pure One asked with some displeasure. At the same time, as he spoke, he gently waved his hand and created a breeze. He easily resolved Feng Zichen's aura. Oh? Seeing this scene, Feng Zichen's pupils constricted. Just from this move, it could be seen that the Grand Pure One's cultivation was not weak. One had to know. In order to gain the upper hand, when Feng Zichen unleashed his aura. Although he did not use the Ziwei Emperor Qi, he used the power of the boundless starry sky. With the domineering power of the boundless starry sky, even if Feng Zichen unleashed it with the cultivation of the third heaven of primordial chaos, its power was not weaker than the full-strength attack of an ordinary primordial chaos expert.
It was such an attack.
But it was easily resolved by the Grand Pure One. From this, it could be deduced that he had at least the sixth heaven of primordial chaos.
Well.
Most importantly,
Or because
Feng Zichen could not see through the realm of the Grand Pure One. With his cultivation of the fifth heaven of primordial chaos, he could not see the true realm of the Grand Pure One. Without a doubt, the Grand Pure One was definitely stronger than him. That was the sixth heaven. Of course. Feng Zichen could not see the realm of the Grand Pure One. However, the realm of others could not be hidden from him. Heavenly Lord of Primordial Beginning, Grand Master of Heaven, Saint Jiayin, and Goddess Nuwa were all at the fifth heaven of primordial chaos like him. However, because of the mending of the heavens, there was something wrong with Goddess Nuwa's condition. She looked a little weak. Although she was at the fifth heaven and was even close to the sixth heaven of primordial chaos, she could not unleash her full strength. After the Tao body mended the heavens, it still affected her strength in the end, causing her to become a saint in one fell swoop. However, there were gains and losses. Although her strength had decreased, her realm had increased. The peak of the fifth heaven of primordial chaos was second only to the Grand Pure One's sixth heaven of primordial chaos. It was even higher than Feng Zichen's realm. Chapter 657. This was probably. It was the compensation that the heavenly Tao gave to Nuwa. Since she was injured because of the world, the heavenly Tao would naturally not treat her unfairly to avoid losing fairness. Anyway, in general, Nuwa did not suffer any losses. She even made a small profit. After all, after reaching the primordial chaos, the realm was harder to improve than the origin. Primordial chaos transcended time and space.
Time was meaningless to them.
They had an almost eternal lifespan, and the origin would slowly increase with the passage of time, but the realm would not. The realm was only related to the comprehension of the Tao. It would not slowly increase with the passage of time. After the four saints was Saint Xuanti, and he was the only person who could make Feng Zichen feel gratified, because Xuanti's realm was only at the fourth heaven of primordial chaos. Compared to Feng Zichen, he was a level lower. He could be said to be the existence with the lowest realm among the seven saints. As for why it was the seven saints and not the six saints, the reason was that although Feng Zichen did not know the true strength of the Hutu, he knew that it was definitely not lower than the fifth heaven of primordial chaos. One had to know that once the Hutu broke through, she was already at the fourth heaven of primordial chaos. Now that so many years had passed, it was impossible for her not to improve. And this meant that the Hutu's realm was higher than that of Saint Xuanti.
So,
Feng Zichen dared to say, the realm of Saint Xuanti could be said to be at the bottom of the seven saints. This did not mean that Saint Xuanti's talent was worse than the other six saints. On the contrary, for existences at their level, most of their talent was about the same. Even if there was a difference, it would not be too obvious. And the reason why such a big difference happened was mainly because of Saint Xuanti himself. He did not work hard. Among the seven saints, only Saint Xuanti did not cultivate diligently. While everyone was working hard to cultivate, Saint Xuanti was working hard for the revival of the Western sect. It was precisely because of this. That was why his cultivation was delayed. As a result, his cultivation level fell behind everyone else. Of course, it was also because Saint Xuanti was running around outside that Saint Jiayin could settle down and focus on cultivation. In terms of realm, he was on par with everyone else the Western sect could have today. It was all thanks to Saint Xuanti, with the pain of one man, in exchange for the prosperity of the West. From a certain perspective, Saint Xuanti was worthy of the word great. He. Fellow Taoist Grand Pure One, why are you asking when you already know the answer? Do you really not know my intentions? With a sneer, Feng Zichen curled his lips and mocked. At this moment, the Grand Pure One was still pretending. It was as if they were not the ones who had used the heavenly Tao to call him over. His face was truly shameless. Poor Wei, I don't know. Poor Wei only saw fellow Taoists speaking ill of my second brother the moment you arrived, and even wanting to attack him. The Grand Pure One shook his head and said. And from what he said, it was as if Feng Zichen was being unreasonable. What do you mean by lying through your teeth? What do you mean by making bogus accusations? This was it. Feng Zichen was so angry that he was speechless. If the three pure ones refused to admit it, he would not be able to find any evidence. After all, the one who called him over was the heavenly Tao, not the three pure ones. He could secretly interfere with the operation of the heavenly Tao, but he could not say it. Did the heavenly Tao not want face? Therefore, once such a thing was said, it might cause a huge storm. It was normal for the three pure ones not to admit it. Good. Very good. Is this the leader of the saints? His methods are indeed impressive. I've seen it today. This is a loss. This solitude accepts it. However, Grand Pure One, since you're willing to bear this karma for the Heavenly Lord of Primordial Beginning today, don't blame me for giving you retribution in the future. There's still a long way to go. Let's wait and see. Suddenly, Feng Zichen smiled. He could not help but shake his head and say to the Grand Pure One. He did not let it go. Instead, he remembered this matter in his heart. At this moment, the other party had the advantage in numbers. If Feng Zichen continued to cause trouble, no matter what the outcome was, he would definitely be the one to suffer in the end. Since that was the case, he might as well put this matter aside for the time being and wait for an opportunity to take revenge in the future. The battle of primordial chaos was not in a moment, but in a lifetime. One had to know that the human race was still in his hands. If the Grand Pure One wanted to preach in the human race, he would definitely not be able to bypass Feng Zichen. And this was his chance to take revenge. Sigh. Fellow Taoist, why bother? Hearing that, the Grand Pure One did not have much of a reaction. He only shook his head and said indifferently. Obviously, he did not take Feng Zichen's words to heart. That's right. With the Grand Pure One status, why would he be afraid of the threat of others? It was more like he was threatening others.
Hee.
Feng Zichen did not say anything about that. He turned around and walked to the side to study the sky screen. It was useless to say anything about such matters. He still had to rely on his actions to speak. When the Grand Pure One was schemed against by him, he would regret it as much as he was arrogant today.
Anyway,
no matter what. Today, Feng Zichen and the Grand Pure One had completely formed a grudge. Trouble. On the other side of the chaos beyond the heavens, Feng Zichen could not help but have a headache. What happened just now not only made him think too much. Just as the plan of the four royals was set, he was called to the chaos beyond the heavens. Was this really a coincidence? Perhaps there was a force in the dark that was interfering with everything. Being in the chaos beyond the heavens, Feng Zichen would probably not be able to return to the primordial world in a short period of time. Then the matter of him becoming the celestial emperor would be completely ruined. In this way, even if the plan of the four royals was carried out as usual, the human race would not be able to gather 8 celestial emperors. The difference between 7 and 8 celestial emperors seemed very small, but who knew how many variables would appear during this period? The difficulty of planning the positions of 2 celestial emperors was completely different from that of one. In short, Feng Zichen's plan was completely messed up. I knew that the matter of the 9 celestial emperors wouldn't be so simple to complete. At this point, Feng Zichen had no choice but to take one step at a time. Most things in the world were like this. The greater the benefits, the more difficult it was. This was the so-called good things are strewn with setbacks. At this moment, in the primordial world, in front of the netherworld, a group of great divine abilities stood there quietly, as if waiting for someone to arrive. They were waiting for the Lady of Earth. With the speed of the great divine abilities, they naturally arrived at the netherworld very quickly. However, it was not until they arrived at the netherworld that they realized that the netherworld was still in a sealed state. In other words, they could not enter. That was awkward. However, even if they could not enter, they still had to do it. Therefore, Zenuanzi stepped forward and contacted the Lady of Earth across worlds. Why Zenuanzi? Because he was a famous good person in the primordial world. He had face with everyone. Moreover, Zenuanzi and the Lady of Earth were both cultivators of the path of Earth. They had a friendship in the early years. It was best for him to step forward. Just as everyone was silent, the Lady of Earth came slowly. Fellow Taoists, please don't blame me. Now that the Chaos Fiend God is causing trouble in the Netherworld, in order to prevent him from escaping the Netherworld and causing trouble in the primordial world, we have no choice but to join forces to seal the realm. We can't let outsiders enter at will. Walking in front of everyone, the Lady of Earth said apologetically. That's how it should be. Hearing that, everyone did not show any dissatisfaction and expressed their understanding. The Chaos Fiend God was a huge problem. Compared to him, their grievances were nothing. Fellow Taoists, what brings you here? After exchanging pleasantries, the Lady of Earth asked about their intentions. Empress, Poor Wei and the others are here to invite you to ascend to the heavens. Zenuanzi straightened his face and spoke on behalf of everyone.
Huh?
The Lady of Earth was a little puzzled. Empress, you might not know this, but ever since Emperor Xian abdicated, the position of Celestial Emperor has been empty. However, the heavenly court cannot be without a ruler for a day. Therefore, we have specially come here to invite you to ascend to the heavens and become the emperor. As he spoke, Zenuanzi bowed to the Lady of Earth. We implore Empress to ascend to the heavens. When the people behind him saw this, they followed suit and bowed. The Lady of Earth was speechless. She hadn't figured out what had happened yet, and they wanted her to ascend to the heavens and become the emperor. Her heart stirred slightly. In just an instant, the Lady of Earth knew the cause and effect. She couldn't help but be annoyed with Feng Zichen. What kind of idea did he come up with? Now, there were still a lot of things waiting for her to deal with in the Netherworld. How could she have the time to go to the heavenly court to become the emperor? Fellow Taoists, please get up. There were thousands of thoughts in her mind, but the Lady of Earth didn't forget to ask everyone to get up. What was the point of bowing all the time? I already know the purpose of everyone's visit, but everyone knows the situation in the Netherworld. The tribulation of the Chaos Fiend God hasn't passed, so I really can't leave. Shaking her head, the Lady of Earth refused. If there was no threat from the Chaos Fiend God, she would have agreed. But now, there were countless Chaos Fiend gods hidden in the 9 underworlds. In order to prevent them from attacking the 6 paths of reincarnation, none of the top combat strength of the Netherworld could leave. So, the Lady of Earth couldn't agree to everyone's request. When everyone heard this, they couldn't help but look at each other, their faces full of embarrassment. This reason it could be considered as blocking all their words of persuasion. The position of the Celestial Emperor was very important, but the safety of the primordial world was even more important. If the Chaos Fiend God fled to the primordial world because of the Lady of Earth's departure, then their sins would be great. Then, Empress, do you have a suitable candidate in mind? Everyone felt helpless. They knew that it was impossible for the Lady of Earth to become the Celestial Emperor, so they asked. They thought that since they had come this time, they couldn't come in vain. It didn't matter if they couldn't invite the Lady of Earth. It wasn't impossible for her to recommend a suitable candidate. The Great Emperor of Ziwei wasn't around. The Great Emperor of the South Pole was in seclusion to heal his injuries. After the North Star Emperor faked his death, no one knew where he went. Of the 4 heavenly emperors, the only one who was still active was the Lady of Earth. So, this concerned the candidate of the Celestial Emperor. Who else could they ask? No one else had the right to agree. A suitable candidate? Yes. It's not that there isn't one. The Lady of Earth originally wanted to reject him directly, but suddenly, an idea flashed through her mind. She thought of someone and could not help but change her words.
Who?
After hearing that the Lady of Earth had a candidate, everyone's heart skipped a beat, and they quickly asked. At this moment, everyone had already made up their minds. As long as the candidate proposed by the Lady of Earth wasn't too ridiculous, no matter who it was, they would directly agree. It was too annoying. This matter was too vexing. It was just choosing a temporary Celestial Emperor, and there were so many twists and turns. They had to run around. Wasn't it deliberately tormenting people? If they had known earlier, they wouldn't have let Xuanqiu abdicate. They would have let him stay until Haotian returned. Fellow Taoists, what do you think of Taoist Xianqing? After thinking for a while, the Lady of Earth said a name that was beyond everyone's expectations.
Who?
Empress, who are you talking about? Hearing this, everyone was stunned and asked in disbelief. They felt that the Xianqing that the Lady of Earth mentioned was not the same person as the Xianqing that they knew. The 9 heavens immortal venerables of the celestial sect of wonders, Taoist Xianqing. He is also the grand disciple of Tao ancestor Hongjun, the eldest disciple of fellow Taoist Shangqing, and your disciple nephew. Seeing that everyone was puzzled, the Lady of Earth repeated and emphasized Xianqing's origin. A genius of the celestial sect of wonders. The first person of the 3rd generation. This is one of your own. To let one of your own become the celestial emperor, I, the Lady of Earth, am generous enough. Empress, you're talking about disciple nephew Xianqing. If it's him, it's not impossible. I just don't know how his cultivation is now. If you want to be the celestial emperor, you can't be too weak. After thinking for a while, everyone nodded. If Xianqing officially became the celestial emperor, these powerful beings naturally wouldn't agree. They couldn't accept a future life sitting on their heads. However, it wasn't impossible for them to accept such a temporary role as the celestial emperor. It was only 1,000,000 years. At most, they would go into seclusion for 1,000,000 years. However, there was one thing that they didn't understand. Why would the Lady of Earth recommend Xianqing? One had to know Xianqing was a member of their celestial sect of wonders, the kind that couldn't be in the middle. Moreover, Xianqing was from the 3 pure ones. As everyone knew, the relationship between the 3 pure ones and the 12 ancestral shamans had always been bad. This made people have to investigate whether there was any conspiracy behind the Lady of Earth's recommendation of Xianqing. However, it didn't matter. Even if there was any conspiracy, it was aimed at the 3 pure ones. It had nothing to do with them. It should be the 3 pure ones' headache. And all he had to do was to complete his mission. Empress, since that's the case, poor Wei and the others will take their leave. Let's go to the East Sea to see how strong Xianqing is. We'll make plans after that. After bowing to the Lady of Earth, everyone took their leave and hurried to the East Sea. Looking at her anxious look, it was obvious that she had set her sights on Xianqing. It was not easy to find a suitable candidate. There could not be any more accidents. Of course, it was better to find him as soon as possible. If they remembered correctly, Xianqing should have broken through to the quasi-saint realm. This strength might not be enough to be the real celestial emperor, but it was enough for the time being. Taoist Xianqing. With this, the karma between you and me can be considered to have been settled. Chapter 658. Looking at the back of everyone, the Hoodoo had a lot of thoughts in her heart. She recommended Xianqing to be the celestial emperor, of course, not because of Feng Zichen. In fact, because of the special identity of Xianqing. Feng Zichen hid his identity very well. Xianqing was a disciple of the 3 pure ones. If his true identity was exposed, what would happen? If not, the 3 pure ones, who were enraged out of humiliation, would crush his bones and scatter his ashes. Therefore, in the primordial world, other than him, no one knew the relationship between him and Xianqing. In other words, in the eyes of the primordial world's great masters and even the heavenly Tao, Xianqing was a Khanate god-fiend born from the Khanate pure qi. He was a separate individual and had nothing to do with Feng Zichen. Then, the problem came. Since the relationship between Xianqing and Feng Zichen was not exposed, why did the Hutu recommend Xianqing to be the celestial emperor? And this had to start from when the Hutu turned into reincarnation. Back then, when the Hutu turned into reincarnation in the Sea of Blood. Xianqing had once used the White Lotus of purification to purify the vengeful souls and perfect the netherworld, helping the Hutu. For this, karma was formed between the two of them. Whether the Hutu was willing or not, she owed Qianqing a favor. Then, Qianqing obtained the consent of the mighty figures of the netherworld and opened up the 10 directions pure land in this world. He used the White Lotus of Purification as a boat to guide the billions of suffering people in the primordial world. And the 10 directions pure land became the nail that the celestial sect of wonders buried in the netherworld. At the same time, it was also the only force of the celestial sect of wonders in the netherworld. The 10 directions pure land was formed. What was settled was only the karma between Qianqing and the netherworld, but the karma between him and the Hutu was not settled. No matter what Qianqing's original purpose was, he did contribute when the Hutu turned into reincarnation. The Hutu had to accept his favor, whether she was willing or not. This was karma. All along, the Hutu had wanted to repay this karma to maintain the clarity of her soul. But she had never found an opportunity. Because Qianqing was too outstanding, the Hutu could not find a suitable thing to compensate him. Things had been put aside. And as time passed, this matter gradually turned into a sore point for Hutu. Logically speaking, a mere strand of karma should not have affected Hutu so much. However, Qianqing was a disciple of the 3 Pure Ones. There was no need to talk about the relationship between the 3 Pure Ones and the 12 Grand Sorcerers. In that case, as the ancestor of sorcery, the last thing Hutu wanted in her life was to have anything to do with the 3 Pure Ones. But because of Qianqing, he was involved with the 3 Pure Ones. This was something that Hutu couldn't tolerate. That was why she had been thinking of ways to end the karma with Qianqing. But it was a pity. No matter what Hutu did, she failed. As the leader of the 3 generations, Qianqing really didn't lack anything. Originally, as time passed, Hutu was about to give up. He decided to let nature take its course. After all, saints were immortal. In their long lives, there would always be a time when they would repay their karma. But she didn't expect that with the arrival of these people, Hutu would see the possibility of repaying her karma. If Qianqing was promoted to the position of Celestial Emperor, wouldn't the karma between him and her be settled? The Celestial Emperor was the supreme being of the primordial world. He had the luck of heaven and earth in his body. He had great creation and great merit. He could be said to be boundless. If Qianqing became the Celestial Emperor, even if it was only temporary, he would be able to obtain unimaginable benefits. Perhaps this experience would be his capital to become the primordial chaos Daluo Jinxian in the future. The benefits of this. It was enough to end the karma with Qianqing. That was what Hutu thought. That was what she did. Therefore, she directly recommended Qianqing to everyone. Moreover, she wasn't afraid that everyone would refuse. Because Hutu didn't intend to ask for everyone's opinion at all. It wasn't easy for her to find a way to repay her karma. How could she let it go? In fact, regardless of whether everyone agreed or not, Hutu would push Qianqing to the position of Celestial Emperor to end the karma. Don't doubt that as the only saint who could appear in the primordial world, Hutu had this ability. She was invincible. That was the current Hutu. If everyone disagreed, then they would fight until they agreed. It was also because everyone was tactful that they didn't say anything to refuse. Otherwise, they would probably suffer a lot of physical pain. After all, the witch race's violent temper. That was famous in the primordial world. Everything was perfect. But from the beginning to the end, Hutu and the others had never considered Qianqing's attitude. They weren't worried that he would refuse. That was true. Everyone was here. There was no room for Qianqing to refuse. Besides, he wasn't prepared to refuse. E.C. Penglai Immortal Island. Qianqing, who was in seclusion, suddenly felt a terrifying aura coming from afar. At that moment, he couldn't care less about his seclusion. He rushed out of the island and looked into the distance. After him, a figure walked out from the depths of the East Sea. He looked into the distance with a face full of surprise and uncertainty. This was a peerless expert of the Dragon Clan. When the experts of the Aqua clan were heading to the easternmost region, he had been secretly guarding the East Sea to prevent anyone from seizing the foundation of the Dragon clan. Today, he, who was sleeping, was awakened by the terrifying aura coming from afar. He thought that something had happened in the East Sea, so he hurriedly ran out to observe the situation. Hiss! These auras are so familiar. They are. Above the East Sea, Xianqing looked at the large, auspicious clouds floating in the distance in bewilderment. He couldn't figure out why everyone had rushed to the East Sea. Looking at their route, their goal was the Penglai Immortal Island. In the sky, the auspicious clouds were endless, almost covering half of the sky. Seeing this, Xianqing didn't know who had come. He had lived so long in vain. But he didn't know why they were here. Did something big happen? Or were they here to cause trouble for him? Thinking of this, Xianqing couldn't help but reflect on his recent actions. But he suddenly realized that he had been in seclusion on the Penglai Immortal Island recently. He hadn't done anything, so they weren't here to cause trouble for him. Something big had happened, and it had something to do with him. Faintly, Xianqing felt his mind shake, and a divine light appeared in front of his eyes. It was as if something amazing was about to happen to him. A whim. This was a sign that something good was about to happen. Thinking of this, Xianqing completely relaxed. He squeezed out a smile and greeted the people who had rushed over from afar. "Uncle Masters, why didn't you greet Xianqing before you came here?" So that Xianqing could be prepared and not be rude. Coming in front of everyone, Xianqing bowed and said, "Yes, not bad. The cultivation of a late-stage quasi-saint is not bad. What do you think, everyone? It's him. How about it?" Everyone ignored Xianqing. They just went forward and carefully sized him up before communicating with each other. Sure. As if they had reached some consensus. Everyone nodded. "Uncle Masters, what do you mean by this?" Being sized up by a group of single old men, Xianqing was very uncomfortable and couldn't help but ask. "Disciple nephew Xianqing, you're in luck. Now that the position of Heavenly Emperor is empty, in order to prevent the Heavenly Court from being without a master for a long time, it will affect the normal operation of the primordial world. Goddess Hutu recommended you to the Poor Way and the others so that you can ascend to the Heavenly Emperor. So, disciple nephew, if there's nothing else, you can go to the Heavenly Realm with the Poor Way and the others." Withdrawing his gaze from Xianqing, a great magician said with an expression that said, "You're in luck." Hearing this, Xianqing was at a loss.
To be honest,
He was really shocked. The surprise had come too suddenly. One had to know that not long ago, he was still worried about the matter of the Heavenly Emperor. But in the blink of an eye, the matter of the Heavenly Emperor that had troubled him was suddenly solved. The position of Celestial Emperor that others yearned for but could not obtain had fallen on his head without any warning. What a pleasant surprise! If Xianqing was the Heavenly Emperor, he could fill the vacancy of the original body and allow the human race to continue to have 8 Heavenly Emperors, thus correcting Feng Zichen's plan. Everything would return to normal.
no.
If Xianqing was the Heavenly Emperor, then the next thing would be much simpler than the original plan. The 9th Heavenly Emperor didn't need to plan at all. As long as he let nature take its course, it would naturally appear. After the initial shock, Xianqing's heart surged with ecstasy, but he didn't show it on his face. Instead, he deliberately put on a difficult look and pretended to say to everyone, "This isn't appropriate, is it? Xianqing's ability is low. How can he spy on the supreme position?" According to Xianqing's intention, of course he couldn't agree directly. He had to pretend to decline. In the end, under the persuasion of everyone, he reluctantly agreed to everyone's request. To show that he wasn't greedy for power. Originally, this was nothing. After all, this was almost a convention. Starting from Fuxi, every generation of Heavenly Emperors had been like this. But when it came to Xianqing, there was a change. What was the identity of the previous Heavenly Emperors? The human emperor that was personally conferred by the Heavenly Axiom had the support of the heavens and earth, and his identity was incomparably noble. Therefore, even if everyone was unwilling, they had to accompany them to finish the show. Because the human emperor had this qualification. But what was Qianqing's identity? Was he everyone's disciple nephew, their junior? Since that was the case, what qualifications did Qianqing have to make everyone accompany him to play the trick of abdicating?
So,
Qianqing's show was halfway through. He was forcefully interrupted by the impatient crowd. Your Majesty, it's getting late. We should leave. Fellow Taoist in the sky, I'm afraid you're already waiting anxiously. With that, without waiting for Qianqing to reply, the group of great mediums carried him and flew towards the heavenly court. During this period, Qianqing had been in a state of confusion. This script was completely wrong. It shouldn't be that he refused. Everyone invited him again, and then he refused again. After doing this again and again, did he just agree with a difficult expression? F***ck noun, a kind of plant. How could this situation be explained? It was really quite speechless. To be forcefully carried to the heavenly court, he was probably the most aggrieved heavenly emperor in the history of the primordial world. Even Haotian had never been so aggrieved. It wasn't that Qianqing hadn't thought of resisting. However, he was only at the late stage of the quasi-sage realm. Even with the power of a magic treasure, he could exert the power of a perfected quasi-sage, or even the power of a half-step primordial chaos. However, what he had to face was a group of top-notch great mediums of the half-step primordial chaos level. If they really fought, unless he could erupt with power comparable to the primordial chaos Daluo Jinxian, he could only be suppressed by everyone. The difference in strength was too great.
just like that,
Qianqing became the 8th heavenly emperor of the primordial world under the coercion of everyone. Dijun, Haotian, the 5 heavenly emperors, and just after Qianqing ascended the throne, a group of great mediums announced that they would be in seclusion and would not come out. This made Qianqing, who wanted to take revenge, gnash his teeth in hatred, but there was nothing he could do about them. I didn't expect that the turning point of the matter would happen to the Lady of Earth. It's really a pleasant surprise. I didn't expect that the casual action back then would have such an unexpected effect. It can be said that it has helped me a lot. Fate is really playing tricks on people. In the chaos outside the sky, after learning about everything that happened in the primordial world, Feng Zichen said with emotion. He really didn't expect that the Lady of Earth would recommend Qianqing to be the heavenly emperor. To be honest, Feng Zichen had long forgotten about the karma between him and the Lady of Earth. After all, he had gone to the Blood Sea with the intention of freeloading merit. In this way, after getting the merit, how could he have the face to ask for a favor? Feng Zichen still cared about his face. However, he didn't expect that the Lady of Earth didn't forget. She always remembered this matter and finally found an opportunity to completely repay this karma. This time, I owe the Lady of Earth a favor. Secretly, Feng Zichen thought silently. However, this was nothing. With his relationship with the wizard clan, this favor was not worth fussing over. If he really wanted to calculate, wouldn't the wizard clan owe him more? Now that Qianqing is the emperor, if the plan of the 4 royals can be carried out normally, then the matter of the 9 heavenly emperors appearing in the human race will be simple. In the chaos outside the sky, Feng Zichen hid in a corner and began to think about the impact of Qianqing becoming the emperor on his plan. In fact, it didn't have much of an impact. If he really had to say, it could only be said that after Qianqing became the emperor, his plan went even smoother. According to the original plan, the 3 great emperors of Ziwei, North Star, and South Pole would become the heavenly emperor. However, because of the saint, the plan had changed, and he had to replace Ziwei with Qianqing. This was a good thing. After Qianqing, there were South Pole, North Star, and Ziwei. In this way, wouldn't the human race have 9 heavenly emperors? Of course, things weren't that simple. According to Feng Zichen's estimation, he was now like the saint, guarding the chaos outside the sky. If he wanted to return to the primordial world, he would have to wait until Haotian returned. In this way, the plan could be considered a failure. However, don't forget that the great emperor of Ziwei was the second emperor of the Three Realms. He was destined to become the heavenly emperor. Therefore, even if Feng Zichen couldn't become the heavenly emperor at this time, as time passed, he would eventually become the heavenly emperor. It could be said that as long as the North Star and South Pole could successfully ascend after Xianqing, then the fate of the human race and the heavenly court would be completely united. Chapter 659.
Right now.
The only thing he needed to worry about was the time for Haotian to return. If Haotian suddenly returned after Xianqing abdicated before the two emperors of the North Star and the South Pole ascended to the throne, then everything would be over. No matter how perfect Feng Zichen's plan was, it would be useless. Because Haotian was the true celestial emperor recognized by heaven and earth. Unless he lost his virtue in the primordial world. Otherwise, no one could compete with him for the position of celestial emperor. Not even Feng Zichen. Therefore, for the sake of the human race, no matter what, he could not let Haotian return before the North Star and the South Pole. He had to do everything he could to stop him. This matter can't be delayed. Millions of years have passed. Haotian might return at any time. I need to make plans early. I can't let him ruin my plan. Thinking of the impact of Haotian's return after the tribulation, Feng Zichen made a decision in his heart. Therefore, he used the excuse of looking at the sky screen to walk to the other side of the chaos to avoid everyone's sight. The three pure ones and the others had no objection to this. They did not want to see Feng Zichen either. Since both sides hated each other, they might as well not meet. Anyway, the three pure ones and the others were not worried that Feng Zichen would do anything. He had already come to the chaos outside the sky. Could he still jump across the boundless chaos and interfere with the normal operation of the primordial world? Therefore, the three pure ones and the others were very assured of Feng Zichen. It was a pity that they still did not know Feng Zichen very well. Not to mention the chaos outside the sky, even in the chaos outside the world, Feng Zichen had a way to interfere with the normal operation of the primordial world. The huge projection of Pengu standing above the primordial world was the reason why he could still control the primordial world after leaving it. After all, the name of Pengu went deep into every corner of the primordial world. Feng Zichen walked for a long time in the chaos outside the sky. He only stopped when he could not see the figures of the three pure ones and the others. It's here. Calming his mind, Feng Zichen followed the connection and established a connection with the projection of Pengu standing above the primordial world. Sacrifice. An extremely small fluctuation emitted from Feng Zichen's body, crossed the boundless chaos, and entered the projection of Pengu. Then, this inconceivably huge existence suddenly opened its eyes. Soon after, an invisible aura burst out and shook the entire untainted land. Rumble. At this moment, all the living beings in the untainted land, including the powerful divines and the saints in the chaos outside the sky, felt their hearts throbbing inexplicably. They could not help but feel a chill in their hearts, as if they were being targeted by some great existence. But no matter how they probed, they could not find the source of this throbbing. Just as everyone was puzzled, another supreme power swept over and swept past their bodies. After that, these powerful beings all forgot what had just happened. It was the same for the saints. The reason for all of this was the power of Pengu's projection. Pengu's strength could be seen from this. Of course, not everyone was affected by the power of Pengu's projection. After all, Pengu's projection was only Pengu's projection. It was not the real Pengu, so its power was not limitless. And this upper limit was the perfected primordial chaos. Therefore, Tao ancestor Hongjun, who was in the Purple Cloud Palace, was not affected by this power. He still remembered everything that had just happened. What? Pengu? Why would Grand Monarch Pengu's power suddenly appear? Could it be that there's some change in the primordial world that the poor Wei doesn't know about? In the Purple Cloud Palace, Tao ancestor Hongjun stared at the primordial world in surprise, hoping to find something wrong. But unfortunately, he stared with his eyes wide open for a long time, but he did not find anything unusual. The primordial world was still operating normally. It shouldn't be. After staring for a long time, Tao ancestor Hongjun did not see anything. He could only helplessly withdraw his gaze and continue to comprehend the heavenly Tao. He blamed all of this on the fact that Panga's power was too strong, beyond his understanding. Therefore, he could not see anything. It was normal for Tao ancestor Hongjun to think so. After all, it was not the first time that he could not see the impact of Panga's attack. For example, last time, Panga's will suddenly appeared and blasted at the chaos demon god from afar. He could not see what Panga's purpose was. This kind of thing might be shocking once or twice, but after experiencing it many times, he would get used to it. Just as Tao ancestor Hongjun continued to comprehend the Tao, in a place that he could not see, under the influence of Panga's projection, the vast and unfathomable heavenly Tao slowly changed. The heavenly Tao changed. Countless changes immediately occurred in the heavenly Tao. Everything that had been arranged in the dark began to undergo unknown changes. Among these changes, Hao Yan's arrangement was the most variable. The time for his return from the tribulation was silently delayed and set to 3 million years later. Under the intervention of Panga's projection, no matter when the heavenly Tao arranged for Hao Tian to return from the tribulation, it was now 3 million years later. And 3 million years was the limit that Feng Zichen could do. At the same time, it was also the limit that the heavenly Tao could bear. If it exceeded this time, even with Panga's projection, Feng Zichen would still not be able to escape the backlash of the heavenly Tao. However, although 3 million years was not long, it was enough to give birth to 3 celestial emperors. This was exactly what Feng Zichen needed. In this way, then everything will be fine. As long as there are no accidents, the plan can be carried out smoothly. After doing all this, Feng Zichen did not worry about what would happen next. Instead, he immersed himself in cultivation. He had done everything that needed to be done. Next, he could only leave it to fate. Being in the chaos outside the heavens and separated by such a long distance, even someone as powerful as him could not always pay attention to everything in the primordial world. Since that was the case, he might as well use this opportunity to consolidate his realm. Time flew by. In the blink of an eye, 1 million years had passed. And 1 million years was enough for the primordial world to undergo earth-shaking changes. At this time, the cultivation environment of the primordial world further deteriorated. The traces of the pre-celestial era became fewer and fewer. On the contrary, the world was filled with the aura of the post-celestial realm. Obviously, the change of the world had reached the end. The era of the post-celestial realm was about to descend. The pre-celestial era was about to become history. For this reason, the pre-celestial life forms on the earth became fewer and fewer. They either gradually withered with time, or they could not hold on any longer and went to the heaven realm. Of course, there were also some pre-celestial life forms who were exceptions. For example, those pre-celestial races who controlled the heavenly palace. They relied on the heavenly palace's ability to go against the pre-celestial realm and barely retain some traces of the pre-celestial era. But this did not mean that their situation was very good. On the contrary, their current situation was very bad. Although the heavenly palace was powerful, it was not powerful enough to contend with the power of the world. Therefore, even if the heavenly palace's power was fully unleashed, it could only affect the nearby area, allowing it to retain the pre-celestial environment. It could not do anything further away. In other words, the closer it was to the heavenly palace, the more perfect the pre-celestial environment would be. And what about those further away? The effect would decline in a step-like manner until there was no effect at all. The heavenly palace's ability was limited and not enough to support a race. This forced those pre-celestial races to make a choice. They let the direct descendants live near the heavenly palace and occupy the best place. The collateral descendants lived in the periphery of the heavenly palace. By doing so, they preserved the congenital bloodline of the direct descendants. However, the bloodline of those collateral descendants had already degenerated and gradually transformed into post-celestial life forms. For this, the myriad races were declining. Of course, it was different from the gradual decline of the myriad races. With the advent of the post-celestial era, the human race, as the #1 post-celestial race, became more and more prosperous. Boundless luck gathered, causing the human race to produce a large number of experts. Even more than 10 Daluo Jinxian appeared one after another. To a certain extent, the current strength of the human race had far surpassed the 3 sections. This did not mean that the human race was very strong, but that the 3 sects were too weak. Even if the 3 sects were the orthodoxies of the saints, it could not hide the fact that the 3 sects were very weak. How weak were they? In the huge 3 sects, there were only 3 Daluo Jinxian, Xianqing, Xiandu, and Duobao. TSK. It was embarrassing to say that there were only 3 Daluo Jinxian. It was really a disgrace to the teachings of the saints. But, unfortunately, this was the sins of the saints themselves. They could not blame their disciples. It could even be said that it was precisely because of their burden that their disciples were unable to attain the Tao. Otherwise, with the talent of Guangchengzi, Tai, 3 Shao, and the others, they would have attained the Tao long ago. They would not have still been in the realm of Tai Jinxian until now. That's right. Other than Xianqing, Xiandu, and Duobao, the rest of the disciples of the 3 sects were mostly in the realm of Tai Jinxian. The reason was still because of their master. Back then, the saints sat and watched the great Magi-Demon War, causing the apocalyptic calamity to erupt in the primordial world. Countless living beings died because of it. All sorts of things naturally attracted endless negative karma. However, saints were not tainted by negative karma. Therefore, these negative karma could not do anything to saints. However, since negative karma was born, it would not disappear for no reason. Therefore, in the situation where they could not deal with saints, those negative karma followed the connection in the unseen world and descended on the heads of their disciples. They were sitting at home, and the tribulation came from the sky. For some reason, the disciples of the 3 sects were burdened with the crime of destroying the world. It was not easy to survive with monstrous negative karma, and they still wanted to attain the Tao. Wasn't that a dream? Only Xiandu, Xianqing, and Duobao had attained the Tao earlier, so they escaped this calamity. However, the rest did not have the strength of the 3 of them, so they were all affected. The path of the Tao. It was broken just like that. If nothing unexpected happened, they would forever stay in the realm of Tai Jinxian. However, the 3 pure ones would not sit back and watch the situation continue. If their disciples could not attain the Tao, they would lose face. Therefore, they had been looking for a solution. Nearly 10 million years had passed, and the 3 pure ones had also thought of a solution. Now, they were in the chaos outside the heavens. While defending against the chaos demon god, they were also deducing a solution. They reckoned that when they returned to the primordial world, they would be able to solve the problem of their disciples being unable to break through. Of course, this was the 3 pure ones' matter. It had nothing to do with Fengzichen. Right now, there was something closely related to Fengzichen that was happening. With the advent of the postnatal era, countless amounts of luck between heaven and earth gathered crazily towards the Gauchan planet. The luck was so dense that it almost condensed into a huge storm visible to the naked eye in the sky above the Gauchan planet.
Boom, boom, boom.
The wind whistled and made a huge sound of friction with the air, attracting the attention of a large group of powerful beings. Oh my God! So much luck! Seeing the scene on the Gauchan planet, the group of powerful beings were so shocked that they were speechless. Luck that was almost condensed into a substance. When had they ever seen such a scene? It was really too much. After the shock, there was only envy left in everyone's hearts. With so much luck, if they could share some of it, even if it was only 1/3, it would not be long before they could push them to the realm of primordial chaos Daluo Jinxian. But unfortunately, this kind of thing could only be thought about. This was the luck that the heavens and earth gathered spontaneously. It could not be snatched or destroyed. Therefore, even if everyone was envious, they could not touch it at all. Without a doubt. This luck all belonged to Fengzichen, the emperor of the Gaochen. With the arrival of the postnatal era, as the number one living being in the postnatal era, Fengzichen also began to gradually show his sharpness. The luck of heaven and earth gathered. This was the first step. After that, there were endless benefits waiting for him. If Fengzichen could seize the opportunity and imitate the great Tao passed down by Tao ancestor Hongjun, then under the push of endless luck, he might have the possibility of becoming a Tao ancestor. The postnatal Tao ancestor was Fengzichen's future Tao ancestor. I didn't expect that the number one living being in the postnatal era would have such benefits. The great Taoist priest's encounters are really enviable. With the help of this luck, I'm afraid that it won't be long before there will be another primordial chaos Daluo Jinxian in the primordial world. Looking at the luck on the Gaochen planet, everyone said with envy. Back then, they felt that as the number one living being in the postnatal era, Fengzichen would definitely have great fortune in the future. However, they did not expect that this fortune would be so great. It completely exceeded their imagination. That was also true. At that time, the primordial world was at the peak of the postnatal era. At that time, who would have thought that such a glorious postnatal era would wither and be replaced by the postnatal era? Everything was fate. There was no point in being envious. However, from the looks of this luck gathering on the Gaochen planet, the emperor of the Gaochen was indeed faking his death last time. Really, Sai? Through this luck, it was not difficult for everyone to sense the true situation of the Gaochen. If the Gaochen had really fallen, then the postnatal luck would not appear at all. At the very least, it would not appear before he was resurrected. This was because the dead had no karmic luck. Chapter 660. Only when a living person's aura permeated between heaven and earth could the providence from all directions gather. Sigh. This is the second time. I wonder what His Majesty is planning for him to repeatedly fake his death. One must know that with his identity as the great Taoist priests, if he is willing to focus on cultivation, it won't take long for him to become a carefree primordial chaos Daluo Jinxian. He won't be like today, stuck in the half-step primordial chaos realm like us. However, after today, everything will be different. With the help of so much providence, it will be difficult for great Emperor Gaochen not to break through. With the power of heaven and earth, under the push of endless providence, isn't it easy to achieve Tao? Everyone retracted their gaze from Gaochen's star and sighed. Don't look, don't look. If they continue looking, their hearts might not be able to take it. This kind of opportunity could not be envied.
Boom, boom, boom.
On Gaochen's star, in the Gaochen celestial palace, as the endless providence surged, the giant cocoon formed by great Emperor Gaochen was beating wildly. Every time it beat, it seemed to have reached a resonance with the myriad Tao of heaven and earth, affecting the pulse of heaven and earth, causing it to beat rhythmically. Vaguely, an unparalleled pressure spread out, suppressing heaven and earth, the past, present, and future. This is the aura of primordial chaos. He was about to break through. Great Emperor Gaochen was about to break through. He, who was already in the transformation period, was finally about to take that crucial step under the push of endless providence and cultivate to the realm of primordial chaos Daluo Jinxian. One could see that the huge Gaochen celestial palace was filled with boundless providence, almost condensing to the point where it could be seen with the naked eye. Boom! Just as the providence condensed to the limit, an inexplicable force appeared. Then, like a spark falling into a pot of oil, the providence burned with a boom, turning into a dazzling Tao fire. It burned fiercely and released unparalleled energy, surging toward the giant cocoon formed by great Emperor Gaochen. Providence was the number one treasure of the primordial chaos. It had unimaginable power. His power could be said to be mysterious to the extreme. The power of a flame ignited with him as the fuel could be imagined. It was absolutely beyond imagination. You can see that. Under the burning of the fire of providence, the cocoon formed by the North Star Emperor underwent a tremendous change. Sizzle. Wisps of black smoke rose from it and slowly dissipated into the void. Those were the impurities from the North Star Emperor's body. To be precise, it was the impurities in the power of faith. Back then, in order to recover his strength as soon as possible, the North Star Emperor had chosen to use the power of faith. He used his great magic to transform the power of faith accumulated by the Gauchan Celestial Palace for nearly 10 million years into a huge cocoon of light. His true spirit entered the cocoon and used the power of faith to reconstruct his Tao body. This was the origin of the cocoon of light in the North Star Heavenly Palace. It was also the method that the North Star Emperor used to revive himself. The power of faith was a miraculous power born from the hearts of all living beings. It had the ability to make dreams come true. Using this power to reconstruct the Tao body, the speed was unbelievably fast. However, the power of faith was not without its own hidden dangers. As the saying goes, incense is poisonous. How could the power born from the hearts of all living beings be so easily absorbed? The power of faith was mainly formed by the thoughts in everyone's hearts. They may be good or bad, but all of them carried the distracting thoughts of all living beings. Perhaps one or two wouldn't be a problem, but if the thoughts of countless living beings attacked together, even a great divine ability expert would probably lose himself completely under the impact of the thoughts of all living beings. Even though the faith force used by Great Emperor Gauchan had been refined by Xian Hua and removed the 7 emotions and 6 desires of the living beings, it was still not enough. But after all, Xian Hua was just the Xian Hua of the human race. Its power was limited, and it might not be able to remove all the impurities in it. If it was any other time, some impurities might not affect anything. However, things were different when one broke through to primordial chaos. A primordial chaos cultivator's primordial chaos was perfect and flawless. The slightest flaw was enough to cause the breakthrough to fail. Therefore, making use of this rare opportunity, the North Star Emperor used his fate as the fire to temper his body. He wanted to completely resolve the hidden danger of the faith power in his body. Luck was the most mysterious power in the untainted land. If even he could not solve the hidden dangers of incense and willpower, then there was really no other way to solve the hidden dangers of incense and willpower in the primordial world. But was this possible? There might be things that luck could not solve, but it would definitely not be incense and willpower. As time passed, more and more luck gathered, causing the fire of luck under the light cocoon to burn even more brightly. And under the burning of the fire of luck, more and more impurities were refined out of the light cocoon. Great Emperor Gauchan's Tao body became even more perfect. An aura that was close to perfection was emitted from his body. It was abnormally mysterious. He was getting closer and closer to primordial chaos Daluo Jinxian. He would probably attain Tao in another 1,000,000 years. And after 1,000,000 years, it would be his turn to become the Celestial Emperor. With primordial chaos Daluo Jinxian's potential to ascend to the position of Celestial Emperor, the scene at that time would definitely be very exciting. Thinking about it, it was really exciting. Time passed unknowingly, and Great Emperor Gauchan had been silently transforming in the Gauchan star, waiting for the day he attained Tao. In 1,000,000 years, it was enough for too many things to happen. The most famous one was the abdication of the human emperor, Emperor Yao, and the succession of the human emperor, Emperor Shun. Just like that, the human race welcomed the 5th and last great emperor. Not long after the transfer of the supreme power of the human race, the high and mighty heavenly court's power also changed. On this day, Heavenly Emperor Xianqing, who had not moved for 1,000,000 years, suddenly walked out of the heavenly court and headed to the South Pole in the boundless starry sky. No one knew the purpose of Heavenly Emperor Xuanqing's actions. They only saw that 3 days after Heavenly Emperor Xianqing went to the South Pole suddenly emitted a bright divine light, shocking the entire primordial world. Then, an endless amount of lightning began to spread. It was like an ocean that covered the entire sky. Rumble. Thunder rumbled incessantly. Until 3 years later, it turned into a heavenly palace and slowly disappeared. It was also on this day, the South Pole Emperor reappeared in the primordial world and walked out of the South Pole to the heavenly court. In the name of the South Pole Immortal Emperor, he ruled the primordial world. This also marked the change of ownership of the heavenly court. The era that belonged to Heavenly Emperor Enchanting had become a thing of the past. The current primordial world welcomed the era of the South Pole Emperor.
Boom.
It was like a bolt of lightning. The news of Xuanqing's abdication and the South Pole Emperor's ascension spread among the great mediums at an astonishing speed. Soon, almost all the great mediums were awakened by this news and looked at the heavenly court in bewilderment. They were puzzled as to why the South Pole Emperor suddenly appeared and took over the authority of the heavenly court. However, although they were puzzled, they could not stop it. Because, unlike the human emperor and Xianqing, the South Pole Emperor was the supreme of heaven and earth. In the era when the heavenly emperor did not appear and the other great emperors were in seclusion, he was the well-deserved master of heaven and earth. It was most appropriate for him to take charge of the heavenly court. Even the heavenly Tao approved of this. In the past, if the heavenly court changed owners and a new emperor ascended the throne, it had to be witnessed by everyone to complete the last step and obtain the recognition of heaven and earth. But the South Pole Emperor did not need it. Because he was the supreme of the primordial world recognized by heaven and earth, why did he need others to recognize him? A group of great mediums had the ability to stop the human emperor from becoming the heavenly emperor, but they did not have the ability to stop the 4 heavenly emperors from becoming the heavenly emperor. An outsider becoming the heavenly emperor was called promotion, and the 4 heavenly emperors becoming the heavenly emperor was fulfilling their duty. If an outsider dared to stop them, it would be defying the heavens. It would definitely attract the wrath of the heavens and end up in a miserable state. Therefore, with the ascension of the South Pole Emperor, the great mediums of the primordial world had already lost the ability to control the heavenly court. How the heavenly emperor would choose in the future was the matter of the 4 heavenly emperors. It had nothing to do with them anymore.
They
could finally go into seclusion properly.
Boom. Boom. Boom.
Above the heavenly court, countless bolts of lightning were ready to strike. They locked onto the primordial world from afar, as if they were about to descend upon the world and destroy all life. This strange phenomenon was the symbol of the South Pole Emperor as the Heavenly Emperor. Although the South Pole Longevity Emperor was known as the Longevity Emperor, in fact, he was the emperor who controlled the power of punishment in the primordial world. He had the power to control lightning and was known as the Lord of all lightning. Because he controlled the heavenly tribulation, he was also known as the Lord of heavenly tribulation. The heavenly emperor, who controlled the power of punishment, knew what it would bring to the primordial world. During the reign of the South Pole Emperor, he took it as his responsibility to maintain the operation of the heavenly Tao. Anyone who dared to defy the heavens, commit heinous crimes, or violate the heavenly rules, and so on would be punished by him. The connate divine thunder that densely covered the sky above the heavenly court was prepared for this. It could be said that, during the reign of the Thunder Lake Emperor, it could be considered the best era of the primordial world, and it was also the happiest time for mortals to live. In this era, even someone as strong as Daluo Jingxian did not dare to kill mortals wantonly, let alone ordinary cultivators. Otherwise, what greeted them would be the anger of the South Pole Longevity Emperor. The true anger of thunder. Oh right, during the reign of the South Pole Emperor, there was one thing that had to be said. That was the so-called heavenly rules, which were also the laws against immortals. It was perfected in the hands of the South Pole Emperor. It was that rule that caused a lot of trouble in the later generations. The rule that immortals and mortals could not fall in love was also set by the South Pole Emperor. This was not because the South Pole Emperor had any problems in his heart, but because the heavenly Tao had made such a rule. Feng Zichen was such a lazy person. How could he specially take out a portion of his time to deduce heavenly rules for the heavenly court? Of course, it was to directly copy the heavenly Tao and list all the things that the heavenly Tao did not allow. Wasn't this a ready-made heavenly rule? In this way, even if there was a mistake in the future, it would be the fault of the heavenly Tao, and it would have nothing to do with Feng Zichen. That was the request of the heavenly Tao. What else could he do? Of course, he had to follow it.
Could it be
that he still had to defy the request of the heavenly Tao? Moreover, from Feng Zichen's point of view, he did not feel that there was a problem with this rule. Not allowing immortals and mortals to fall in love was not allowing immortals to fall in love, but immortals and mortals were not allowed to fall in love. Immortals and mortals were two different species. If they were forcefully combined, they would not be happy. Think about it. Immortals were so powerful. They could move mountains and fill seas with a raise of their hands. What about mortals? Not to mention moving mountains and filling seas, they could not even lift a slightly larger rock. Compared to immortals, mortals were too weak. How are they different from ants? Just a breath could take a mortal's life. With such a huge gap, how could they be happy if they were still together?
To put it bluntly,
if an immortal was agitated and used a little strength, he would probably be able to tear a mortal into pieces on the spot. In this way, should he save or not? If he did not save, he would not be able to live with himself. If he saved, he would really be courting death. Bringing the dead back to life was a heaven-defying act. At any time, it was a great taboo of the heavenly Tao. Daluo Jingxian could do it at will. Tai Jingxian could also do it if he paid a price. However, ordinary immortals would definitely not be able to do it, because what he had to fight against was the entire world. The combination of immortals and mortals was the beginning of the tragedy. Therefore, the heavenly Tao would not allow such a situation to happen. Husband and wife were harmonious. That was just the plot of a novel. The reality was that immortals and mortals lived together. They had to be careful in everything they did so as not to accidentally kill mortals. The difference was too great. It was just like how humans and ants lived together. They had to be vigilant at all times, afraid that they would accidentally kill the ants. Of course, if their love was unwavering, then they could nurture each other into immortals. The heavenly rules only stipulated that immortals and mortals could not fall in love, but they did not stipulate that immortals could not fall in love with immortals. If they wanted to fall in love with mortals, they could either cripple their own cultivation, reincarnate, or nurture each other into immortals. The heavenly rules were so harsh. Of course, no matter how strong the heavenly rules were, they were only targeted at ordinary immortals. When one's strength reached Tai Jingxian, they could basically ignore them. After all, no matter what era it was, the strong all had special privileges. The bigger the fist, the harder the truth. Amidst the rumbling of thunder, time quietly passed. Unknowingly, 1,000,000 years had passed. Rumble. On this day, the destiny of the human race shook. That vast aura spread out from the long river of destiny, shocking the entire primordial world. This was the destiny of the human race was perfect. They had completely stabilized the position of the protagonist of the world. And the reason for all of this was that Emperor Shun had completed his merit. He stepped down from the position of the human emperor and went to the Fire Cloud Cave. Emperor Shun, the 6th grandson of Emperor Zhuanxu. He was also the 5th great emperor of the human race. At the same time, he was also the last destined great emperor of the human race. As his merit was completed, the heavenly Tao had set an opportunity for the human race to prosper. The 3 emperors and 5 emperors, these 8 supreme positions could be considered to have been completely completed. Therefore, the moment Emperor Shun abdicated, heaven and earth immediately sensed it. Endless destiny gathered and spontaneously poured into the destiny of the human race to help it complete the final transformation and completely stabilize the position of the protagonist of heaven and earth. On this day, the primordial world shook. Under the astonished gazes of all living beings, a vast river appeared with a loud rumble, vast and mighty. Chapter 661. That was the River of Destiny. The place where the fate of all living beings gathered. It was also the most mysterious place in the primordial world. Rumble. The River of Destiny was vast and boundless. It appeared from the mysterious and unknown void and spanned between heaven and earth. It was vast and mighty, passing through the past, present, and future. Countless universes appeared clearly in front of everyone. At this moment, all living beings who raised their heads to look at the River of Destiny found a trace of their future trajectory in the vast river. Vaguely, some living beings seemed to have understood something. They grasped a trace of opportunity from the future and had the possibility of confirming their Tao. However, most of them still gained nothing. They looked at the River of Destiny blankly, not knowing what had happened.
Boom.
Suddenly, an inexplicable vibration shook the entire primordial world and attracted everyone's attention. Just as everyone was puzzled, they saw a shocking change in the human race. Terrifying destiny rose and rushed straight to the River of Destiny. It gradually merged with the tributary that represented the destiny of the human race in the River of Destiny. At the same time, in the void, the phantoms of the 5 elements sacred beasts suddenly appeared. They were accompanied by terrifying dragon roars, phoenix cries, chelan roars, tiger roars, and turtle roars that shook the entire primordial world. Rumble. With the appearance of the 5 element sacred beasts, the River of Destiny changed again. Among the countless tributaries of destiny, 5 of them were countless times larger than the other tributaries. They were like vast rivers that suddenly changed their trajectories and flowed towards the destiny of the human race, converging with it. After that, countless mysterious shadows appeared in the sky above the River of Destiny. Each of them represented a tributary and gathered towards the destiny of the human race. These mysterious shadows were formed from the destiny of the myriad races. The tributaries of the River of Destiny that they represented converged into the human race, which meant that the destiny of the myriad races was flowing towards the human race, harming the myriad races to raise the human race. In terms of destiny, the human race could be said to be number 1 in the primordial world. However, if one wanted to become the main character of the world, being number 1 was not enough. Because number 1 was only the strongest, it did not mean that one was invincible. The second, third, fourth, and even later existences might be able to defeat the first if they joined forces. Therefore, if the human race wanted to truly become the main character of the world, they had to suppress the primordial world in terms of destiny. Even if all the factions of the primordial world joined forces, they would not be able to suppress the human race in terms of luck. He had gathered the destiny of all races in order to establish the destiny of the human race to suppress the primordial world. However, luck suppressing the primordial world was only the beginning. Afterwards, as the human race developed, its karmic luck would grow stronger and stronger until it completely devoured the karmic luck of all other races and occupied the entire river of fate. In fact, take the human Tao and replace it. To redefine humanity with the human race. Rumble. Under the infusion of the providence of the myriad races, the providence of the human race became stronger and stronger. One could see that the tributary that represented the karmic luck of the clan within the River of Destiny was growing wider and wider as countless tributaries poured into it.
Crash.
It was like the sound of a flowing river, clearly transmitted to everyone's ears. It was the sound of the river of fortune flowing. Now, under the blessing of the myriad race's providence, his appearance had changed greatly. If the human race's karmic luck had been a small river before, then the human race's karmic luck was now as vast and boundless as an ocean. Vast and deep. This was the current river of fortune of the human race.
He
could no longer be called a tributary. In the vast river of destiny, the countless tributaries became smaller and smaller, almost to the point where they could not be seen with the naked eye. On the other hand, the destiny of the human race was the opposite. He was like a vast ocean, occupying the center of the river of destiny and flowing towards the unknown. The river was so vast that it almost occupied more than half of the river of destiny, squeezing the living space of the other tributaries of destiny. And in the process of flowing, some smaller tributaries of the river of destiny began to slowly merge into it under the summoning of an inexplicable force, becoming a part of the river of destiny of the human race. Boom! The river of destiny was so vast that it could be said to be boundless, and the destiny of the human race could occupy half of it. From this, it could be seen that the destiny of the human race had far surpassed that of the Magi and demon race at their peak. Even the celestial sect of wonders could not be compared to it. And this was the protagonist of Heaven and Earth. Not only was he number one, but he also used the power of a single race to monopolize more than half of the primordial world's destiny, completely eliminating the possibility of others surpassing him. Otherwise, he could not be called the protagonist of Heaven and Earth. The protagonist of Heaven and Earth. He was the protagonist of the primordial world, his glory illuminating the entire primordial world, and he was unparalleled. If his glory was overshadowed by others, how could he still be called the protagonist? Boom! Just as the destiny of the human race reached its peak, suddenly, a supreme pressure spread out from the river of destiny. The strength of that power caused the entire primordial world to tremble. Then, a resplendent Tao light erupted, even more dazzling than the sun, illuminating the boundless universe and countless space-time. That was Xianhua, the symbol of the human race's destiny.
He
appeared, rose slowly from the river of destiny. His glory was so resplendent. Even the sun and moon could not compare.
Boom. Boom.
Boom! The moment Xianhua appeared, the destiny of the human race suddenly began to shake violently and released a mysterious power that spread throughout the entire human race in an instant. And under the influence of this power, all kinds of mysterious insights arose in the hearts of many human experts. At this moment, their understanding of the great Tao had deepened, and they had a deep understanding of things that they did not understand before. Their realms were increasing. Almost as if they were blessed, all the human experts chose to break through at this moment.
Boom. Boom.
Boom! Powerful auras rose from the human race and brazenly collided with the river of destiny, causing it to shake nonstop.
Then,
specks of light that looked like stars rose from the river of fate and disappeared into the void. This was someone was proving the Tao, transcending from the river of destiny.
Boom.
Dozens of powerful auras rose from the human territory, vast and mighty, filling the entire primordial world. That powerful pressure made all living beings feel reverence from the bottom of their hearts. Daluo Jinxian. Someone in the human race had become a Daluo Jinxian. And it was not just one, but a total of 36. At the moment when the human race became the protagonist of the world, under the surge of destiny, it actually gave birth to a total of 36 Daluo Jinxian for the human race. 36 Daluo Jinxian. Although it was far from being comparable to the Magi and demons at their peak, it was indeed the number one in the primordial world. There was no other race with such a foundation. Moreover, the 36 Daluo Jinxian were only the beginning. Under the infusion of the human race's destiny, even more human experts fell into Tao enlightenment. It would not be long before more Daluo Jinxian were born in the human race. At the very least, it would not be much less than before. And this was under the restrictions of the world. If the heavenly Tao was willing to let go of the restrictions, just the infusion of destiny just now would be able to give birth to no less than 100 Daluo Jinxian for the human race. But unfortunately, the world had changed. The cultivation environment of the ancient times was no longer there. The current primordial world had completely become the postnatal era. The laws of heaven and earth seemed to be covered with a layer of gauze, becoming hazy and difficult to comprehend. It was more than 100 times more difficult than in the ancient times. In addition to the other restrictions, if the living beings wanted to become Daluo Jingxian, it could be said to be thousands or tens of thousands of times more difficult than ancient cultivators. It could even be said that if the living beings wanted to become Daluo Jingxian, the difficulty was exactly the same as the difficulty of the ancient cultivators to become quasi-saints. From this, it could be seen the difficulty of the living beings to attain the Tao. In other words, it was almost impossible for the living beings to attain the realm of Daluo Jingxian through normal means. This was a restriction of the heavenly Tao on all living beings. There were too many Daluo Jingxian in the primordial world, but the world did not need so many Daluo Jingxian. Therefore, the heavenly Tao placed a restriction on the world, increasing the difficulty of attaining the Tao. It was fine if there were Daluo Jingxian in the past, but in the future, not too many Daluo Jingxian would be allowed to appear. This could be considered a punishment of the heavenly Tao for cultivators. The reason why cultivators were getting worse with each generation was not only because the cultivation environment was getting worse, but also because the heavenly Tao was deliberately restricting them. Even under such circumstances, the destiny of the human race could still give birth to 36 Daluo Jingxian for the human race. It could be seen how powerful the destiny of the human race was. And the strength of the destiny of the human race was not only shown. Under the Daluo Jingxian, there were more Tai Jingxian and Golden Immortals breaking through. It could be said that, as the human race became the main character of the world, the strength of the human race as a whole increased by a large level. With so many experts breaking through, almost all the spiritual energy in the human territory was squeezed dry. Even the heavenly cycle palace, which the human race had the most, was not enough. If the human race's destiny was not strong enough to directly draw innate spiritual energy from the heavenly realm, the spiritual energy in the human territory would not be enough to support the breakthrough of so many experts. After this, the only shortcoming of the human race has been completely fixed. In the heavenly court, the South Pole Emperor quietly watched the changes of the human race, his heart filled with joy. The sudden change really brought him a huge surprise. One had to know that although the human race was strong in the past, it was obviously abnormal. There were many low-level cultivators, and they could be said to be the most powerful in the primordial world. Excluding Feng Zichen, there were also the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors, these 8 supreme experts. However, there were really too few middle-level and high-level cultivators. Daluo Jingxian was only in his 30s, obviously not worthy of the identity of the main character of the world. However, under the infusion of destiny, the strength of the human race suddenly increased to a level that was enough to match the identity of the main character of the world. In Feng Zichen's eyes, the strength of the human race was still far from being comparable to the shamans and demons at their peak. However, in the current primordial world, it was enough. They deserved to be number 1. Even if the 4 great sage orthodoxies attacked together, they were far from being a match for the human race. It could be said that under the infusion of destiny, the changes of the human race in this short period of time were comparable to the changes of the human race's normal development for tens of millions of years. This change. Who would it be? Who would be unhappy? Not to mention Feng Zichen. The human race's destiny skyrocketed, and even the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors who were cultivating in the Fire Cloud Cave received some benefits, and their strength increased to varying degrees. Even Nuwa, who was far away in the chaos outside the heavens, was also affected, and her strength suddenly increased by a large margin. However, for them, the improvement of their strength was secondary. The main thing was that with the improvement of their destiny, their understanding of the Tao had become deeper. Especially for Fuxi, the improvement of his destiny was even more significant. With the blessing of the human race's destiny, he, who already had a deep foundation, truly saw the possibility of attaining the Tao. It was estimated that it would not be long before he could take that crucial step and cultivate into the primordial Daluo Jingxian. This kind of power was not the power brought by the quasi-saint karmic rank, but the power that truly belonged to him. The primordial Daluo Jingxian. The karmic rank only brought him the power comparable to the primordial Daluo Jinxian, but it did not deprive him of the possibility of continuing to improve. The two did not conflict. On the contrary, the two complemented each other. Karmic rank was the authority of the primordial world. Having a karmic rank, it was like the authorities were giving you a cheat. With the blessing of the karmic rank, the cultivation speed would be faster. Similarly, the stronger one was, the more perfect the power brought by the karmic rank could be. It was true that the power of the karmic rank was very strong, but this did not mean that the person with the karmic rank was weak. In other words, even the current 6 sages, even if they had suddenly lost their sage karmic rank, they were still the supreme masters who suppressed the primordial world. This was because they had already cultivated into the realm of the primordial Daluo Jinxian with the blessing of the sage karmic rank. The 6th heaven of the sage was the 6th heaven of the primordial chaos. In terms of the essence of the realm, there was no difference between the two. The only difference was that the former could control the power of the way of heaven, while the latter could not. As the supreme masters of the human race, the 3 sovereigns, 5 emperors, and Nuwa had all benefited. In terms of contribution to the human race, Feng Zichen, who was also the North Star Emperor, would naturally benefit more than them. Boom, on the North Star. An invisible force descended with a loud rumble. It ignored all the restrictions and formations and directly blasted on the light cocoon formed by the North Star Emperor in the North Star Palace. The North Star Emperor, who was at the critical moment of transformation and was only half a step away, directly took the last step with the help of this force and completed the final transformation. Bang! There was a shocking explosion, and the light cocoon formed by the North Star Emperor shattered and turned into light spots that filled the sky and disappeared. At the same time, a supreme pressure swept out in all directions with the North Star as the center. In the blink of an eye, it spread to the entire primordial world. Whoosh! At this moment, the world went silent. In front of this supreme pressure, the world seemed to have frozen. Time and space stopped moving, and the rules also stopped operating. Only on the North Star, a figure that was surrounded by Taoist rhymes and filled with a mysterious aura slowly appeared. That was the North Star Emperor. He had attained the Tao. In a trance, endless light bloomed from his body. It was extremely bright, and the world lost its color. Only the bright light of the Tao filled the air. P.S. Today is the birthday of my book friend, the Sky Guide. I would like to say to him, Happy birthday. I hope he can see it. Chapter 662. However, very soon, the unbelievably bright Tao light began to fade. Like flowing water, the Tao light that shrouded the entire eldritch universe vanished in the blink of an eye and gathered behind the North Star Emperor. After a series of distortions, the bright Tao light gradually dimmed, and endless mysterious runes appeared. Not long after, the Tao light completely disappeared. A long river made of innate runes replaced his position and floated behind the North Star Emperor, bobbing up and down. That was the Great Tao River. It was formed by the North Star Emperor's Great Tao and was more than 3,000 miles long. It represented the North Star Emperor's 3rd heaven of primordial chaos. That's right, it was the 3rd heaven. With the help of the postnatal providence, the North Star Emperor's position, and the human race's providence, the North Star Emperor broke through to the 3rd heaven of primordial chaos. That was the benefit of having a karmic rank. It was fine if he did not break through, but once he did, he would break through to the next realm. Ordinary people could not be envious. Rumble. The Great Tao River was vast and mighty. It was only 3,000 miles long, but it gave people a feeling that it was incomparably huge. It was like a bridge of heaven and earth that pierced through the entire world and emanated endless majesty.
Splash. Suddenly,
the Great Tao River moved. Endless innate runes flowed like flowing water and made splashing sounds, breaking the peace of heaven and earth. Then, as if something was broken, heaven and earth resumed its flow. Time and space were no longer stagnant, and the laws began to operate again. Everything returned to normal.
E.
Rumble. The moment heaven and earth returned to normal, countless great Daos and laws appeared in the sky at the same time and gathered toward the North Star. When one person achieved the Tao, thousands of Daos came to congratulate him. That was the sign of achieving the Tao. Almost at the same time, a hazy figure appeared in front of everyone. He stood at the peak of heaven and earth. He was only the size of an ordinary person, but he gave people the feeling that he was as vast as heaven and earth. It was as if he was the incarnation of the Tao. No, not the incarnation of the Tao, nor the carrier of the Tao. Instead, he was the Tao.
E.
Praise the North Star Upper Palace's heavenly emperor, Infinite. Praise the West's heavenly emperor of supreme polarity, Infinite. Praise the West's heavenly emperor of supreme polarity, Infinite.
E.
Almost involuntarily, the living beings could not help but worship the Gauchan star and praise it. After that, not long after all the living beings bowed, the phenomenon of flowers falling from the sky and golden lotuses surging from the ground suddenly appeared in the heavens and the earth, and boundless, auspicious aura suffused the air. It could be said that, following the North Star's attainment of the Tao, a joyous atmosphere pervaded the entire wilderness. This was the heavenly Tao's blessing to the North Star Emperor. The North Star Emperor's attainment of the Tao was celebrated by everyone. This treatment was almost comparable to that of a saint. As the supreme of heaven and earth, the innate sword ancestor, the sage emperor of the human race, the post-celestial Tao ancestor, and the great Taoist priests, great Emperor Gauchan was qualified to do so. If the heavens and earth did not bless him when he attained the Tao, given the vastness of the primordial world, who was qualified to receive the blessings of the world when they attained the Tao? After all, in a sense, the status of the North Star Emperor was even more honorable than that of a sage. Not to mention anything else. The 3 words great Taoist priests were enough to make the North Star Emperor stand at the top of the untainted land and be worshipped by all living beings. The North Star Emperor has attained the Tao. The great divine masters who were awakened by the commotion of the human race stared blankly at the North Star Emperor's attainment of the Tao. Even though they had thousands of words in their hearts, they could not say a single word. Even though they knew that the North Star Emperor would attain the Tao at any time, everyone was already mentally prepared. However, when this scene really happened, it still brought great shock to the great divine masters of the primordial world. Even the great Emperor Ziwei's attainment of the Tao did not bring such a great shock to everyone. Under this kind of shock, because of the North Star Emperor's attainment of the Tao, the bottleneck that restricted them from breaking through the primordial chaos Daluo Jingxian began to loosen. They did not have the time to check. Everything was because the one who attained the Tao was the North Star Emperor. The young man from the human race was from the Zichen clan. He was different from the great Emperor Ziwei. The great Emperor Ziwei had a strong background and was almost unparalleled in the primordial world. He was a great god born from the Ziwei star and was from the same sect as the heavenly Tao. He was known as the god of Pengu and was the purest Pengu. Such a person was destined to attain the Tao. No matter how great his achievements were, it would not surprise anyone. At most, they would sigh and say, "The legacy of the Pengu is so terrifying." On the contrary, it would be surprising if such a person could not attain the Tao. Therefore, even if the great Emperor Ziwei only used less than 10 million years to attain the Tao, no one would be too surprised. Moreover, from the fact that the great Emperor Ziwei and the North Star Emperor were on good terms, it could be seen that the great Emperor Ziwei had already existed countless years ago. It was just that he did not show up because of the threat of Dijun. Being born during the great calamity of the world was just a trick to deceive people. Who knew how many years he had hidden in the dark to cultivate? Therefore, using less than 10 million years to reach the Tao was something that could only deceive some ignorant existences. None of the truly powerful existences would believe such a thing. However, the North Star Emperor was different. He was a great existence that had really grown up under their noses. It had only been more than 10 million years since the birth of the human race. As the leader of the 10 generations of the human race, Fengzichen, from the moment he embarked on the path of cultivation, it had been less than 10 million years. However, in such a short period of time, not only had he surpassed them, but he had also attained the Tao before them. He had left them far behind and even surpassed them by a large margin. Compared to him, they could be said to have lived for hundreds of millions of years in vain. Moreover, the most unacceptable thing for the great divine masters of the primordial world was Fengzichen's background. If Fengzichen was the reincarnation of a chaos fiend god or some other creature with a profound background, then everyone would be able to accept his current achievements. However, Fengzichen was a postnatal life form. Even if he was the first postnatal life form in the primordial world, he was still a postnatal life form. In the Khanate era, he was far inferior to a Khanate life form, let alone a Khanate god fiend or a Khanate saint. A creature that was incomparably humble in their eyes, even inferior to an ant, had achieved more dazzling achievements than them in a short period of time. In front of Fengzichen, the great divine masters, who had always thought that they were not weaker than others, felt that they were inferior to him for the first time. The huge difference made it difficult for the great divine masters, who were used to being high and mighty, to adapt. That sense of unwillingness deeply pierced their self-esteem, making it difficult for them to accept the truth in front of them. However, they had to accept it even if they couldn't. As the North Star Emperor withdrew his aura, the heaven and earth phenomenon also ended. The majesty that suppressed the heavens and the earth also disappeared in an instant. And all of this symbolized that the North Star Emperor had stabilized his realm. Sigh. Don't be conflicted. The North Star Emperor's attainment of the Tao is his own, and also his opportunity. There's nothing to be envious of. Moreover, his attainment of the Tao is also a good thing for us. The Poor Way feels that with the North Star Emperor's attainment of the Tao, the boundary between the quasi-sage realm and the primordial chaos Daluo Jinxian realm is becoming more and more blurred. Perhaps it won't be long before we can attain the Tao. After all, they had seen too many storms. After losing their composure for a short while, everyone quickly stabilized their Tao hearts and improved a little, making their hearts to pursue the Tao even more determined. Then, everyone put away their complicated emotions and flew towards the boundless starry sky with a calm attitude to congratulate the North Star Emperor's attainment of the Tao. Just as everyone moved, the North Star Emperor and the South Pole Emperor moved at the same time. The difference was that one was walking towards the boundless starry sky, while the other was heading towards the boundless starry sky. At the same time, in the primordial world, changes occurred again. With the North Star Emperor's attainment of the Tao, the fate of the human race gradually disappeared, and the river of fate also disappeared. Without the suppression of the two, the aura that belonged to the human race was no longer concealed and was exposed to the heavenly way. In the human race's territory, 36 auras that belonged to the Daluo Jinxian and tens of thousands of auras that belonged to the Tai Jinxian burst out without any reservation. Rumble. The terrifying aura rose from the human race's territory and rushed to the sky, stirring up the boundless wind and clouds. Even the heavenly court was shaken by the aura. One could see how powerful it was. Good heavens! With such a powerful force, it could be said to be comparable to a quasi-sage expert, let alone surpassing the golden immortal realm. The human race's action was no less than challenging the heavenly way. Rumble. In the blink of an eye, the moment the human race's aura was exposed, the sea of laws at the intersection of heaven and earth shook violently, as if it was enraged. Boundless laws swept out, as if they were going to suppress everything. Clatter. The sound of chains rattling could be heard from the void. Then, in the sea of laws, streaks of divine light descended and turned into divine chains of order that charged toward the human race. Swish, 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 swish. Before the human experts could react, the divine chains of order formed by the divine light had already crossed the boundless void and arrived in the human race's territory. They wrapped around the human experts' bodies and locked them firmly. Then, Streaks of divine light flashed. The human experts who were entangled by the divine light had disappeared without a trace. They had been led to the heavenly realm. Not long after, more than half of the human experts had disappeared. However, while some people were slow to react, there were naturally others who reacted quickly. As soon as the river of fate disappeared, some people realized that something was wrong. Almost instinctively, they rushed into the heavenly palace. Thus, under the protection of the heavenly palace, these human experts were not sensed by the divine light and were spared. Even so, more than 80% of the human experts were still forced to ascend to the heavenly realm. After this incident, the human race's strength in the primordial world could be said to have suffered a great loss. When they were forcefully received by the divine light, their bodies were branded with the heavenly Tao. With this Tao imprint, even if their strength was suppressed, they would not be able to return to the primordial world in a short period of time. This was because with the heavenly Tao imprint on their bodies, they would definitely be rejected by the primordial world. They could only return to the primordial world after the heavenly Tao aura disappeared. There was another important point. The heavenly Tao aura on the imprint would disappear, but the imprint itself would not disappear. The imprints could be stacked. The more imprints one had, the harder it would be to get close to the primordial world. At the same time, when the imprints accumulated to a certain number, it would attract a heavenly tribulation or even a heavenly punishment. This was a method used by the heavenly Tao to counter cultivators. It was to prevent cultivators from frequently exposing their strength in the primordial world. If they wanted to erupt once and leave, they could come back later. That was impossible. The loopholes of the heavenly Tao were not so easy to exploit. Those who dared to exploit the loopholes of the heavenly Tao would definitely pay the price. This was because the heavenly Tao would not reason with you at all. If they found a loophole, they would fill it. As for those who took advantage of the loopholes, they would kill them casually. Therefore, even if there was a passage to the heavenly realm in the heavenly palace, the human experts who were guided away by the divine light could not return through these passages. At least, that was the case for a short period of time. However, they did not have to return. This was because the primordial world would welcome the 6 celestial emperors of the human race, the North Star Emperor. As everyone knew, the true identity of the North Star Emperor was the ancient sacred emperor of the human race, the Zichin clan. Since he would be the celestial emperor, these human experts who had just ascended to the heavenly realm would naturally have the opportunity to show their prowess.
Of course.
Even if the human race on the ground had lost 80% of their strength, they still had the power to suppress the entire primordial world. This was not an exaggeration. The current human race was more than 10 times stronger than before. It was not an exaggeration to say that it was 100 times or 1,000 times stronger. With such strength, even if they had lost 80% of their strength, they were still stronger than before. Since that was the case, it did not make sense that the weak human race in the past could suppress the primordial world, but now the stronger human race could not do so. Good. Very good. The current human race finally has a trace of the shadow of the primordial world's great race. In the chaos outside the heavens, Feng Zichin sensed the changes in the human race, and he could not help but feel happy. Of course, he dared to show such a performance because he was not afraid that the 3 pure ones and the others would discover his relationship with the human race. That was because the North Star Emperor had achieved the Tao. As a good friend of the North Star Emperor, he would naturally be very happy to see his good friend achieve the Tao. On this point, no one could find fault with it. Unlike Feng Zichin's joy, the 3 pure ones' faces were completely dark. As for Zhuan Ti and the other 2, they were watching from the side. This time, the human race had prospered. Because of the Khanate ferocious beasts, the chaos of the demon sect, and the disaster of the chaos fiend god, most of the 3 pure ones' plans had failed. Especially the heavenly lord of primordial beginning. It could be said that he had suffered a great loss. No, it should be said that he had lost everything. Although the Grand Pure One and the Grand Master of Heaven had suffered some losses, they had each obtained the position of the Imperial Preceptor. As for the Heavenly Lord of Primordial Beginning, not only did they not get anything, but they also lost a lot. Back in the Purple Cloud Palace, everyone had already agreed to give the position of the Imperial Preceptor to the 3 sections. Chapter 663. As for why it was 3 sects and not 4, that was naturally because everyone followed the usual practice and excluded the Western sect, the matter in the East. How could he allow the Western barbarians to interfere? After the 3 sects obtained the position of the teacher of the 3 emperors, the Grand Pure One personally descended to the mortal world to teach the emperor of the human race, Fuxi. Although the identity of the emperor was noble, the Grand Pure One was the Heavenly Tao Saint. He was the spokesperson of the Heavenly Tao in the primordial world. With such a status, he was definitely qualified to become the Sky Emperor's master. After Heavenly Emperor Fuxi, it was Earthly Emperor Shinon. However, at that moment, in order to protect the primordial world, all the saints had left the primordial world and headed to the chaos outside the heavens. Since the prime of Tongtian was not around, Xianqing took the Earthly Emperor as his disciple. Although the Earthly Sovereign status was much higher than Xianqing's, the Earthly Sovereign status was much higher. Moreover, Xianqing was far from being comparable to the Grand Pure One. But in the end, the Earthly Sovereign was also a human. On the other hand, Xianqing was the immortal master of the human race. He was the teacher of all the immortals of the human race and was worshipped by the entire human race. Therefore, as long as the Emperor of Earth was still a human, he would have to call Xianqing teacher. With this identity, Xianqing was naturally qualified to be the teacher of the Earthly Sovereign. Ren School had the Grand Pure One, and Jie School had the 9 Heavens Immortal Venerables. However, Chan School had nothing. Although the 12 Golden Immortals all had extraordinary backgrounds, their achievements were extremely limited. He hadn't even touched the threshold of Daluo Jingxian, let alone become the teacher of Renhuang. Furthermore, due to Fuxi and Shinong's exceedingly outstanding performance, the position of the Renhuang changed. He went from the ruler of a race to the ruler of all races. Therefore, the Renhuang became even more honorable. In that case, with the cultivation of the 12 golden immortals of the Chan School who were not as strong as Daluo Jingxian, how could they be qualified to be the human emperor's teacher? Wasn't he afraid of being devoured by the qi of heaven and earth and falling into the cycle of reincarnation? He knew that he was not qualified. Even if the disciples of Chan School were unwilling, they had no choice but to change. He changed his plan from becoming the teacher of the human emperor to helping the human emperor unify the primordial world. In this way, although the merit points obtained would be less, at least he would not return empty-handed. After all, no matter what, this was an opportunity that the 3 pristine ones fought so hard for. They cannot waste it. If he could get a little more, he would get a little more. Unfortunately, the 12 golden immortals of Chan School had a good idea, but they had overestimated their strength. In the battle between Xianyuan and Qiyu, not only did they not gain any benefits, but they were also caught in the tribulation. If Daoist Randang had not taken action in time, they would have died in the tribulation and turned into ashes. After a great battle, not only did he not reap any benefits, he almost lost his disciple. How could the primordial Lord of Heaven not be angry? And this was not what angered him the most. What infuriated him the most was that because of the tribulation aura, the disciples of the Chan School had to go through the tribulation in the future to erase the tribulation aura on their bodies. Otherwise, he would have to go through the cycle of reincarnation. It was already good enough that the Heavenly Lord of Primordial Beginning did not fly into a rage on the spot when such a great opportunity was ruined. In short, the matter of the imperial tutor. The primeval Lord of Heaven had suffered a great loss. After the 3 sovereigns were the 5 emperors. Since the 3 imperial tutors belonged to the 3 pure ones, then the imperial tutors of the 5 emperors belonged to them as well. However, the 3 sovereigns were too strong. With the strength of the 3 of them, they stirred up the boundless momentum and forcefully raised the position of the human emperor, causing the position of the 5 emperors to change. Once they succeeded to the throne, they would be the master of all races. With such an identity, the remaining disciples of the three sects were not qualified to be their teachers. If they forced it, they would only end up being devoured by luck. Just like that, the three pure ones' plan for the human race was broken in an unexpected way. The failure of the imperial tutors' plan undoubtedly had a huge impact on the three pure ones, because this caused their subsequent plans for the human race to be unable to be carried out. The reason why the three pure ones valued the position of the imperial tutor so much was not because of the merit. How much merit was there? How could it move the three pure ones, who had the merit of opening the heavens? What really moved them was the destiny of the human race. After grasping the position of the imperial tutor, they could use this as a foundation to slowly erode the destiny of the human race. Without the position of the imperial tutor, the three pure ones would lose a method to erode the destiny of the human race. In this way, how could their faces not turn black? As for receiving Zhuan-Ti, no matter how high the destiny of the human race was, it would have nothing to do with them. No, it was not completely unrelated. After all, there was an irreconcilable blood feud between the two. If the destiny of the human race was too strong, it would not be a good thing for receiving Zhuan-Ti. In the future, he still needed to find an opportunity to weaken the strength of the human race. Otherwise, if the human race was too strong, they would attack the Western sect instead. In the chaos outside the sky, unlike the three pure ones' gloomy expressions, the joy on Nua's face was almost undisguised. She was too happy. No matter how much she fantasized, she would never have thought that the postnatal race that was created to achieve the Tao. Today, she had achieved something that even the Magi and demons had not done at their peak and become the main character of the primordial world. That was the main character of the world, a powerful race that controlled half of the destiny of the primordial world. Although the destiny of the human race was not completely controlled by Nua, as the creator of the human race, as long as the human race was not destroyed, she would always control a portion of the destiny of the human race. This was a unique benefit of the creator of the human race. Others could not envy it. This portion of destiny was between 10% and 20%. The remaining destiny of the human race was more complicated. Because of the immortal Tao, the celestial sect of wonders controlled 20% to 30% of the destiny of the human race. The immortal Tao was the foundation of the celestial sect of wonders. Later on, it expanded into the Tao of alchemy, the Tao of refining, and several other cultivation paths. As long as there were people in the human race who cultivated these great Taos, a portion of the destiny of the human race would definitely flow into the celestial sect of wonders. This was something that could not be helped.
To be honest,
the reason why the celestial sect of wonders could dominate the primordial world was that the immortal Tao had become the mainstream of the primordial world's cultivation. The immortal Tao was the foundation of the celestial sect of wonders. In a sense, anyone who cultivated the immortal Tao was a member of the celestial sect of wonders. The power of the celestial sect of wonders could be seen from this. The destiny of the human race that belonged to the celestial sect of wonders was not unique to the three pure ones, but shared by the disciples of the celestial sect of wonders. However, the three pure ones made up the majority, about 90% of them. After the celestial sect of wonders, the heavenly court also controlled a portion of the human race's destiny, but it was not much. The heavenly court, as the ruler of the primordial world, his destiny was not born out of thin air. When the heavenly court was formed, all existences in the primordial world, regardless of whether it was a person or an object, as long as they were in the primordial world, they had to part a wisp of destiny and gather in the center of the primordial world. And this was the destiny of the heavenly court, and it was also the symbol of the heavenly court's control of the primordial world. As a member of the primordial world, the human race naturally had a wisp of destiny in the heavenly court. If the heavenly court had it, so did the Yin court. After all, countless people died every year in the human race. After deducting the destiny in the hands of outsiders, the the destiny that the human race truly controlled was only about 50%. This was already quite a lot. In addition to the destiny in Nua's hands, it was already almost 70%. This 50% of the destiny that belonged to the human race belonged to the human race, and it was not in the hands of a single person. However, although this portion of destiny was shared, it was not something that anyone could use. Without a doubt, Feng Zichen had the highest priority in the use of this portion of providence. After that, it was the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors. After that, it was those with high authority in the human race. Don't underestimate this 50% of the human race's destiny. One had to know that the destiny of the human race was as much as half of the primordial world's destiny. Its strength had reached an unbelievable level. Even a saint would not dare to say that he could contend with it. Even if it was only 50%, if it could be completely concentrated on a single person, it could create an existence that was comparable to a saint out of thin air. However, it was a pity that unless it was a last resort, the destiny of the human race would not all gather on a single person. After all, the destiny of the human race was not all on a single person. 50% of the destiny is not much, but it is not little either. However, for the human race, it is already the bottom line. It can't be less. If it is less than 50%, the human race will be in danger of losing its dominance. In the chaos outside the sky, Feng Zichen thought to himself. The human race only controlled 50% of the destiny. This was an extremely dangerous signal for him. One had to know that destiny was not unchanging. If someone controlled more than 50% of the destiny of the human race, then if this person wanted to do something to the human race, Feng Zichen would not be able to stop him at all. Therefore, 50% of the destiny was Feng Zichen's bottom line. However, this was far from enough. He still needed more. Only when more of the destiny of the human race was in the hands of the human race could the human race truly control their own destiny and not become someone else's puppet. 50% of the destiny of the human race outside, other than the 10% of the destiny of the Nua that could not be changed, the rest of the destiny was Feng Zichen's goal. Destiny was not unchanging. External factors had a great impact on it. If the immortal path's influence in the human race was weak, then correspondingly, the destiny of the human race that it controlled would be reduced. At present, Feng Zichen's primary goal was to suppress the immortal path and weaken the influence of the 3 pure ones on the human race. And on this point, the North Star Emperor was already planning. Looking from the chaos outside the sky back to the primitive land. At this moment, with Emperor Shun's abdication, everyone elected you as the leader of the human race to rule the primitive land. However, due to the end of the Emperor's destiny of the human race, you was only respected as King Yu, not Emperor Yu. However, even though the Emperor's destiny of the human race had ended, the Emperor's aura of the human race did not weaken at all. It still existed in the form of a 9-clawed divine dragon, hovering above the ancestral land of the human race, emitting endless majesty that deterred all races. Perhaps, with the support of such a strong emperor's aura, it would produce an emperor's purple aura for the human race. It was not impossible for King Yu to take another step forward and become one of the 9 great emperors of the human race. What a strong emperor's aura! Perhaps this is where Yu's opportunity lies. With this, he can take another step forward and become a great emperor. If this is really the case, the destiny of the human race will definitely be stronger. In the heaven, the North Star Emperor could not help but exclaim when he saw the scene in the ancestral land of the human race. Such a strong emperor's aura could be said to be the foundation of becoming an emperor. As long as the human race could develop steadily in the coming days without any major issues, the matter of you becoming the King Human King was basically set in stone. However, things would obviously not go so smoothly. That was because Heaven's Way had decided for the human race to prosper, and there were only 8 great emperors, the 3 sovereigns, and 5 emperors. The extra one was obviously not within Heaven's Way's plan. This was going against Heaven's Way. There would definitely be countless tribulations accompanying it to cut off the possibility of the 9th great emperor appearing in the human race. The peace in the primitive land would not be maintained for long. That was because Heaven's Way had not noticed the signs of King Yu becoming an emperor. Therefore, the primitive land could continue to maintain its peace. However, once Heaven's Way noticed that something was wrong, endless tribulations would definitely follow and descend upon the primitive land to destroy King Yu's foundation of becoming an emperor. Heaven's Way. Then let's have a fight and see whose methods are better. Emperor Gaochen thought silently as he thought about the possible tribulations in the future. He had already expected the tribulations that King Yu would face when he became an emperor. After all, the birth of a great emperor was never simple. The birth of every great emperor would be accompanied by endless blood and fire. Feng Zichen was not afraid of going against Heaven's Way. That was because he was very familiar with going against Heaven's Way. After all, he had done it many times. That's right, the current North Star Emperor was already a heavenly emperor. Not long after he attained Tao, the great emperor of the South Pole gave him the position of Heavenly Emperor. Emperor Yu's matter is not urgent. The most important thing now is the immortal Tao. After putting Yu's matter aside, Gaochen could not help but feel a headache when he thought about the immortal Tao in the primitive land and the decline of the Tao of God-fiends. As the postnatal era completely descended, what Feng Zichen was worried about finally happened. The Tao of God-fiends gradually declined, and the immortal Tao that was suppressed by it gradually recovered. Regarding this, Feng Zichen was also helpless. The cultivation of the Tao of God-fiends really consumed too many resources. The current environment could not support the cultivation of this Tao at all. There was no possibility of taking another step forward. Who would be foolish enough to persist? Therefore, the decline of the Tao of God-fiends was inevitable. It was not because the Tao of God-fiends was too weak. On the contrary, it was because it was too strong that it attracted the jealousy of the heavens and limited its development. In the future, the Tao of God-fiends would probably become the private land of prodigies. Not all prodigies cultivated the Tao of God-fiends, but those who cultivated the Tao of God-fiends were definitely prodigies. Ordinary people could not even enter the door. Regarding this, Feng Zichen was naturally unwilling, but he had no choice. The more powerful something was, the more restricted it would be. Moreover, the Tao of God-fiends was an existence that could allow one to go against the heavens. This was simply heaven-defying. The heavenly Tao allowed the Tao of God-fiends to develop for nearly 10 million years without making a move. It was already giving Feng Zichen enough face. Chapter 664. Sigh. The times have changed. If the Tao of the God-fiend cannot be changed, it is inevitable that it will be abandoned by the times. Forget it. Since I have nothing to do recently, I might as well spend more effort on the Tao of the God-fiend to simplify it and make it like the immortal Tao, suitable for the general public. With that thought, Feng Zichen made a decision in his heart to modify the Tao of the God-fiend. If the threshold of cultivation was too high, it was definitely not a good thing for a Tao path, especially one that was preparing to prosper in the world. If the threshold was too high, it was equivalent to rejecting the majority of living beings. However, if that was the case, what was the use of being able to produce world-shaking experts? If there were too few people, they would not be able to support a Tao. Not to mention competing with other orthodoxies for the providence of heaven and earth. The longevity of a Tao path had nothing to do with whether it was the strongest or not. It had to do with whether it was the most suitable for all living beings. Compared to the Tao of the God-fiend, the immortal Tao was indeed weaker. However, its threshold was extremely low, and almost everyone could get started. And this was the advantage of the immortal Tao. In this world, there might be times when there were no prodigies born. However, there would never be a lack of ordinary people. The weakness of the Tao of the God-fiend was that it relied too much on prodigies. If there were no prodigies born in several generations, wouldn't the Tao of the God-fiend be cut off? Therefore, Feng Zichen thought of modifying the Tao of the God-fiend. To compete with the immortal Tao, the first thing the Tao of the God-fiend had to do was to lower the threshold. Otherwise, there was no need to compete. The Tao of the God Fiend had already lost from the beginning. Just like that, Feng Zichen was immersed in modifying the Tao of the God Fiend. Just like that, time passed by unknowingly. In the blink of an eye, 10,000 years had passed. Rumble. On this day, the heavenly court, which had not moved for a long time, suddenly emitted a huge fluctuation. A huge phantom of a stone tablet loomed in the sky above the heavenly realm. In an instant, a terrifying aura spread throughout the entire primordial world in the blink of an eye. It was like a mountain pressing down on the hearts of all living beings. What happened? Such a commotion naturally alarmed the great beings who were cultivating diligently. Thus, they all raised their heads and looked at the place where the aura erupted. A terrifying gaze shot out from the eyes of the great magics, piercing through the layers of void. Soon, it arrived above the celestial court. As far as the eye could see, there was a huge stone tablet standing between heaven and earth, emitting endless majesty. The body of the stone tablet was engraved with mysterious runes, as though they recorded the most noble truth of the world. Endless Taoist rhymes swirled around them, making them look exceptionally mysterious. When facing such a profound stone tablet, if an ordinary person were to take a single glance at it, the person would probably be unable to help but be immersed in it and disregard everything to comprehend the grand Tao profundities within it. However, the great masters from the celestial sect of wonders were different. The moment they saw the mysterious characters on the stone tablet, a strong desire to destroy appeared in their hearts without any warning, urging them to destroy the stone tablet. It was as if the existence of the stone tablet could shake the foundation of their existence, giving them an extremely dangerous feeling. It was this feeling that made them want to destroy the stone tablet, and they couldn't get rid of it. Almost instinctively, the great masters from the celestial sect of wonders unconsciously raised their palms and were about to blast a magical ability at the stone tablet. However, at this moment, a loud roar suddenly sounded between heaven and earth. It was like thunder exploding in everyone's ears, waking them up. Then, endless golden light descended from the sky and surged crazily toward the stone tablet. That was the golden light of merit. What is the origin of that stone tablet? Why did the poor Wei have the idea of destroying it just by looking at it? At this moment, the great masters of the celestial sect of wonders who had regained their senses looked at the stone tablet with bewilderment. They had no idea why such a situation had happened. If these great masters were only panicking, then the one in the purple cloud palace was already so shocked that he was speechless. The moment the stone tablet appeared, Tao ancestor Hongjun, who was comprehending the heavenly Tao in the purple cloud palace, suddenly felt a wave of palpitations and directly withdrew from his enlightenment. Then, before he could understand the situation, he saw the destiny of the celestial sect of wonders shake violently as if it had met a mortal enemy. Under this power, even the purple cloud palace, which was as powerful as it was, could not stop shaking. Rumble. The entire purple cloud palace was shaking. The terrifying Tao runes spread and set off huge waves in the chaos outside the heavens. This sudden scene caused even Tao ancestor Hongjun's powerful state of mind to be unable to help but cause waves and ripples. Ever since the celestial sect of wonders established the primordial world after the war between Taoists and demons, the destiny of the celestial sect of wonders had been unparalleled. It firmly controlled the general trend of the primordial world, suppressing all the major forces until they could not raise their heads. No one could compete with it. It could be said that the celestial sect of wonders was the pillar of the primordial world. Naturally, no one could shake such a powerful existence's destiny. But today, the destiny of the celestial sect of wonders was shaking violently out of the ordinary, as if it had met a mortal enemy. How could Tao ancestor Hongjun not be shocked? This kind of situation had only happened in the primordial era when the demon sect was at its peak. Therefore, Tao ancestor Hongjun's first thought was that the demon sect had been revived again. But immediately, he felt that something was amiss. Under the joint suppression of the 4 emperors of the heavenly court, the demon sect had been crippled. Even the demon ancestor Rahu had been severely injured and would not be able to rise again in a short period of time. Therefore, the threat to the celestial sect of wonders was definitely not the demon sect. If it was not the demon sect, who else could it be? The celestial sect of wonders' destiny was clearly shaking the foundation of the celestial sect of wonders. And what was the foundation of the celestial sect of wonders? Naturally, it was the immortal Tao, an existence that threatens the immortal Tao. While feeling puzzled, Tao ancestor Hong Jun could not help but calculate in his heart. In a trance, he first saw the figure of the North Star. Then, he saw a huge stone tablet appear in his hand. It was extremely powerful, shattering endless time and space. It suddenly came to the long river of destiny and pressed down on the celestial sect of wonders' destiny, erupting with an intense battle. Martial Tao. It's the North Star. Shocked, Tao ancestor Hong Jun withdrew from his deduction, but he had already understood the cause and effect. Martial Tao, an existence on par with the immortal Tao. North Star, is this the trump card you left for the human race? It's indeed an incredible achievement. However, if you want to rely on this to deal with the immortal Tao, you're underestimating the poor way and the celestial sect of wonders. The celestial sect of wonders was able to stand at the peak of the eldritch world for countless years not only because of the advantage of the immortal Tao, but also because of the accumulation of the immortal Tao cultivators who occupied almost 90% of the eldritch world's living beings. In the face of such a powerful force, how can a newly born martial Tao compete with the immortal Tao? After understanding everything, Tao ancestor Hong Jun only sneered coldly, and then he once again fell into a state of enlightenment. Even though he knew about the existence of martial Tao, he had no intention of doing anything to it. Firstly, martial Tao had just been born, and it was naturally protected by the heavens and earth. With the support of endless merit, others could not destroy it. Secondly, there was no need to. Yes, there was no need. Just as Tao ancestor Hong Jun had said earlier, martial Tao had just been born and did not have the capital to compete with the immortal Tao. Did they really think that the power that the immortal Tao had accumulated over countless years was a joke? It could be said that as time passed, the immortal Tao had long penetrated into every corner of the world and became an indelible part of it. In the eldritch world, almost 90% of the living beings had chosen to cultivate the immortal Tao.
This power, just thinking about it, was terrifying.
Back then, the reason why the demonic Tao could compete with the immortal Tao was only because everyone was on the same starting line. And now, the celestial sect of wonders had long reached the end, but the martial Tao had just started from the beginning. With such a huge gap, how could the two compete? There was no comparison at all. If the immortal Tao was surpassed by the martial Tao under such circumstances, then it could only be said that the experts of the celestial sect of wonders were worse than pigs. They might as well all die of stupidity. In short, regarding the competition with the martial Tao, Tao ancestor Hong Jun could not be considered to have interfered. He had already merged the Tao and become a part of the heavenly Tao. Although the luck of the celestial sect of wonders was not something dispensable to him, it was not of much use. Moreover, anything that was beneficial to the eldritch world, even if it hindered the development of the celestial sect of wonders, he would still support it. This was the price of merging the Tao. He had no choice. Not to mention, right now, the most important thing for Tao ancestor Hong Jun was to pursue the realm of the Wuji Daluo Jinxian. Some mundane matters should not affect him. However, even so, Tao ancestor Hong Jun did not do nothing. Just as he was cultivating in seclusion again, information about the martial Tao naturally appeared in the sea of consciousness of the second-generation disciples of the celestial sect of wonders. After all, it was the great Tao that he had created himself. Tao ancestor Hong Jun had some selfish motives. Ha! Very good. In a hall somewhere in the heavenly court, Feng Zichen looked at the stone tablet floating in the air in front of him and could not help but nod his head in satisfaction. This stone tablet was called the Heavenly Tablet of Martial Tao. The mysterious runes recorded on the tablet were the general outline of martial Tao. And without a doubt, the so-called martial Tao was a simplified version of the path of gods and demons. Compared to the path of gods and demons, the martial Tao was undoubtedly much weaker. Not only was its combat strength far inferior, but even its ability to go against the innate heavens was also removed. This formed the martial Tao in front of him. However, although the martial Tao was weak, its threshold had dropped too much. It was even lower than the immortal Tao. Basically, anyone could enter the martial Tao. There was no aptitude requirement at all. There was just one thing that was not good. It was easy to enter the martial Tao, but difficult to achieve great success. If one wanted to achieve great success in the martial Tao, it was much more difficult than achieving great success in the immortal Tao. However, it did not matter. The martial Tao was not prepared for those with good talent. The meaning of the martial Tao was to facilitate those with insufficient aptitude to step onto the path of cultivation. Those with good talent did not need to cultivate the martial Tao. At the end of the martial Tao, there was still the path of gods and demons waiting for them. The end of the martial Tao was the beginning of the divine Tao. The end of the martial Tao here did not refer to the Tao. It was when the martial Tao foundation establishment reached an extremely perfect realm. There was no way to advance. In this way, one could break the shackles of the martial Tao and step into the domain of the path of gods and demons. It could be said that the martial Tao was the foundation of the path of gods and demons. The meaning of its existence, other than helping those with poor talent to step onto the path of cultivation, there was another purpose. That was to select talents for the path of gods and demons. Only those with the most outstanding performance when the martial Tao foundation establishment could step onto the path of gods and demons. Although the path of gods and demons and the martial Tao were two different great Taos, in fact, they were the same great Tao. The difference was one walked the elite path, the other walked the popular path. The path of gods and demons was Feng Zichen's painstaking effort. How could he give up so easily? Naturally, he had to think of a way to preserve it completely. Even if there was the martial Tao, he could not cut off the inheritance of the path of gods and demons. Therefore, he had just thought of this way to have the best of both worlds. Not only did he preserve the path of gods and demons, but he also derived a martial Tao that was more suitable for the human race. The heavenly steel of martial Tao Go. In the heavenly court, Feng Zichen raised his arm slightly and pointed out. Immediately, the heavenly steel of martial Tao shook. A wave of martial Tao True soared into the sky and pierced through the 33 heavens. Then the heavenly steel of martial Tao broke through the void of the heavenly realm and directly passed through the sea of laws. With an incomparable aura, it crashed into the human race's ancestral temple. Rumble. At this moment, the destiny of the human race shook. Almost at the same time, the cultivation method of the martial path appeared in the minds of all the human race cultivators. In just an instant, martial Tao spread throughout the entire human race. The heavenly steel of martial Tao. It could be said that it was Feng Zichen's proud work. It was an object that preached the Tao, a divine ability, and a magic treasure. It was said that it was an object that preached the Tao because it recorded the truth of the martial Tao. It was said that it was a divine ability because in order to carry the truth of the martial Tao, Feng Zichen had changed the supreme divine ability that he had created from comprehending Mount Buzhou, the Mount Buzhou seal, and used its immortal divine power to transform into the main body of the heavenly steel of martial Tao. It could be said that a heavenly steel of martial Tao, it was equivalent to a small Mount Buzhou. And it was Mount Buzhou that carried the true will of martial Tao. Its power could be imagined. As for calling it a magic treasure, it was because at the moment of the birth of the martial Tao, boundless merit fell from the heavens and all fell into the heavenly steel of martial Tao. Even Feng Zichen's portion was injected into it. For this, with the help of merit, the heavenly steel of martial Tao was able to turn into reality. It became a top-notch postnatal merit supreme treasure. Moreover, The limit of the heavenly steel of martial Tao was not limited to this. As an object that preached the Tao, the heavenly steel of martial Tao carried the martial Tao. For this reason, it would definitely be worshipped by the human race in the future. In this way, the heavenly steel of martial Tao would not lack incense and willpower in the future. Unlike humans, magic treasures did not have spiritual intelligence, so they did not have to worry about the hidden dangers in the incense and willpower. Therefore, with the support of the incense and willpower, even if the heavenly steel of martial Tao could not transform into a primordial treasure, however, its power would also become stronger and stronger. Sooner or later, it would reach the level of a primordial treasure. In that case, the human race would have another primordial treasure, and these would be the human race's capital to fight against the celestial sect of wonders in the future. After the birth of martial Tao, the luck of the human race has increased a lot. However, none of this is important. What's important is that with the birth of martial Tao, the human race will have the capital to fight against the immortal path. We won't become the puppets of the celestial sect of wonders. Looking at the changes in the human race, Feng Zichen's face revealed an unfathomable expression. Of course, he could also think of what Tao ancestor Hongjun could think of. But what he thought was even further than Tao ancestor Hongjun. The times were always changing. Therefore, in the primordial world, there was no cultivation path that could guarantee that they could always adapt to the times and not be abandoned by the times because they were backward. Therefore, even if it was as strong as the immortal path, there would be a day when it would be abandoned by the times. And at that time, it would be the opportunity for the martial Tao. Chapter 665. If Feng Zichen remembered correctly, in the near future, due to the further deterioration of the world's environment, the immortal path that everyone could cultivate would gradually become unsuitable for everyone. There would always be a portion of people who could not enter because of their poor aptitude, and this group of people would increase as time passed. This kind of situation was inevitable in the development of the era. Even the powerful immortal path could not avoid it. But martial arts would not. The extremely low threshold made it almost impossible for martial arts to be affected by the external environment, unless the world completely entered an era of no return. Otherwise, even in the age of chaos, martial arts would still have room to survive. And this was an advantage that the immortal path did not have, and also the hope of martial arts surpassing the immortal path. Martial arts had a lot of potential. Of course, all of this was Feng Zichen's imagination. The changes in the future were just a possibility for martial arts to surpass the immortal path, but whether or not it could really achieve this would depend on Feng Zichen's methods. After all, the Xian sect was not to be trifled with. They would not watch martial arts surpass the immortal path. Moreover, the world's environment could not continue to be bad. This was because with the formation of the god Pangu, the primeval world had the possibility of taking a step closer. In theory, the innate spirit qi should be getting denser and denser. The current situation in the primeval world was the result of the deliberate suppression of the heavenly Tao. However, there was a limit to everything. Even the powerful heavenly Tao could not always suppress the primeval world. When it reached the limit, the harder it was suppressed now, the stronger it would rebound in the future. Perhaps it would return to the ancient primeval age in one fell swoop, or even surpass it. However, that was another story, the story of the recovery of spirit qi. To be honest, Feng Zichen was looking forward to the day of the recovery of spirit qi, because that was the most suitable era for the path of gods and demons. After the recovery of spirit qi, the ancient bloodline that had been suppressed by the environment for countless years began to slowly recover in the bodies of all living beings. If at this time, all living beings with awakened bloodlines cultivated the path of gods and demons, combined with their ability to go against the innate heavens, wouldn't they have the potential to soar into the sky? This was an advantage that the other Grand Daos did not have. It could be said that this environment was tailor-made for the Tao of fiend gods. With the momentum in his body, his god-fiend Tao soared, suppressing all other great Daos. Therefore, Feng Zichen was looking forward to that day. Of course, this was all in the future. It was also a backup plan that Feng Zichen had deliberately left behind. If in the future, martial arts really lost to the immortal path, then the rise of the Tao of gods and demons would be Feng Zichen's last resort to deal with the immortal path. However, according to his original intention, he still did not think that the martial path would lose to the immortal path. Martial arts, a future enemy of the immortal Tao. Seeing the message that suddenly appeared in their minds, the people of the celestial sect of wonders were puzzled at first. Then they suddenly became alert. There were also many people whose eyes were emitting shocking killing intent. According to their thoughts, anything that could threaten the immortal path should not exist. The immortal Tao was too important to them. It could be said that their achievements today were not only due to their own efforts, but also the help of the immortal Tao. Without the immortal Tao, they would not have been able to step into the realm of Sage to Be so quickly. Perhaps they would have been in the realm of Daluo Jingxian for countless years before they could see the hope of breaking through. It was the appearance of the immortal Tao that allowed them to see the path after Daluo Jingxian. They did not know when it started, but the relationship between these great beings and the immortal Tao had long become inseparable. They were the ancestors of the immortal Tao, the objects of worship of countless immortal Tao cultivators in the world, and they had the karmic position of heaven and earth. If the immortal Tao fell, these halos would fade from the people of the celestial sect of wonders. The various blessings that came with it would also disappear. In this case, how could they tolerate it? Emperor Gaochen, is it? I didn't expect that in a moment of carelessness, this person would become a great threat to the immortal Tao. After learning the news of martial arts, for a moment, everyone was extremely disgusted with Feng Zichen, the creator of martial arts. It was this person. He had shaken their interests. He really deserved to die. Thinking of this, everyone could not help but have the intention to kill Feng Zichen in their hearts. Whoosh, with the ability of the great beings. Once their intention to kill was raised, heaven and earth would immediately respond. Endless blood clouds appeared, as if covering the sky and the sun, shrouding the entire vault of heaven. At the same time, a murderous aura suddenly came from heaven and earth. It was cold and penetrating, and the temperature of the entire eldritch land could not help but drop a few degrees. Even the living beings of heaven and earth could not help but inexplicably shiver under this murderous aura, and great fear grew in their hearts. At this moment, an angry roar suddenly came from heaven and earth, carrying with it an unparalleled force, dispelling the haze that shrouded the hearts of all living beings. Impudent. An impudent voice came from above the celestial court, containing the fury of thunder, like the roar of the Tao, exploded in the eldritch land, and in one fell swoop, extinguishing the murderous aura of the great beings of the celestial sect of wonders. This was Feng Zichen's voice. The murderous aura of the great beings of the celestial sect of wonders could be felt by all living beings of heaven and earth, let alone Feng Zichen. It could be said that the crowd did not hide their murderous aura at all, and with an extremely arrogant attitude, they went straight to the celestial court. This was simply a provocation, and it showed that the crowd did not put Feng Zichen in their eyes at all. How could Feng Zichen tolerate such an arrogant attitude of the other party? Not to mention, he had just reached the realm of the primordial chaos Daluo Jingxian and was looking for an opportunity to establish his power, but now someone had taken the initiative to come to his door, almost without hesitation. He directly roared, with the unparalleled power of the primordial chaos, wanting to teach everyone a lesson. Humph! After the roar, everyone only felt that the dragon's roar was endless in their ears, oppressing their minds, and could not help but let out a muffled groan. Ha! You want to kill me with such ability? It's simply an ant trying to shake a tree, overestimating your own strength. In the celestial court, Feng Zichen seemed to have noticed everyone's performance and could not help but mock them. This was a ruthless slap to the other party's face. As for keeping the peace, that was impossible. Ever since the birth of martial arts, No matter what kind of relationship he had with the celestial sect of wonders, he had now become a great enemy that would not rest until one of them was dead. The celestial sect of wonders. They absolutely could not tolerate him. Since that was the case, why should they show mercy? Naturally, they would seize the opportunity to humiliate the other party to death. Gauchenu, when everyone heard that, they were really embarrassed and angry. They were embarrassed because what the other party said was the truth. He was the primordial chaos Daluo Jinxian, and his strength was far beyond theirs. Moreover, he was the current celestial emperor. If they really fought, they would definitely not be a match for him. They were angry because the other party's words were too unpleasant. It was really infuriating. Gauchen, you've gone too far. Just as everyone was unable to get out of the embarrassing situation, a bolt of divine lightning suddenly flew from the chaos outside the heavens and blasted fiercely toward the celestial court. Tai Ching divine lightning. Feng Zichen's pupils constricted slightly, but he recognized the origin of the divine lightning in front of him. It was the supreme divine lightning of the celestial sect of wonders, the Tai Ching divine lightning. The Grand Pure Saint had made his move. That made sense. As the eldest senior brother of the celestial sect of wonders and also the acting sect master, how could he not make a move when such a big thing happened to the celestial sect of wonders? If he really sat and watched the group of celestial sect of wonders being wantonly humiliated by Feng Zichen without doing anything, then it could be said that the celestial sect of wonders' reputation had been completely lost. How dare you, Grand Pure Saint? How dare you attack the celestial court? Even if you're a saint, you'll have to pay the price. The moment he saw the Tai Ching divine lightning, Feng Zichen's heart did not feel any fear. There was only endless anger in his heart. No matter what the Grand Pure Saint's reason was, if he dared to blast the Tai Ching divine lightning towards the celestial court, then he must pay the price. Because what was trampled on was not only Feng Zichen's dignity, but also the dignity of the entire celestial court. There was no dignity. How could the celestial court command the eldritch world? If Feng Zichen retreated at this moment, then the celestial court would have to bow down to the saints from now on. Absolutely not. The celestial court was the orthodox of the eldritch world, and also the most powerful force in the eldritch world.
Kill.
Divine steel of martial arts. Suppress it for me. Furious, Feng Zichen activated the Mount Buzhou mark in his body. Combining the power of martial arts, it transformed into a gigantic steel that crashed towards the Tai Ching divine lightning. Martial arts supreme skill, divine steel of martial arts. In an instant, the image of an ancient steel appeared from the void, exuding an enormous aura that could suppress all things, holding the Tai Ching divine lightning in place. The true meaning of martial arts in the divine steel of martial arts came from Mount Buzhou. If the Tai Ching divine lightning was in its peak state, it might be able to resist a little. However, crossing the endless chaos had already consumed too much of the Tai Ching divine lightning's power. As such, the current Tai Ching divine lightning was no match for the divine steel of martial arts.
Boom.
The divine steel of martial arts shook, and the image of Mount Buzhou appeared vaguely, exuding a monstrous aura that suppressed the surrounding space. One could see that the Tai Ching divine lightning was unable to resist this power as it kept shrinking. In the blink of an eye, it turned into a lightning pearl and fell into the celestial court.
Boom.
After that attack, the remaining power of the divine steel of martial arts did not dissipate. It broke through the endless void and charged towards the chaos beyond the heavens. Humph! Daoist Tai Ching, when you return from the chaos beyond the heavens, we will settle this karma. The North Star Emperor put away the lightning pearl formed by the Tai Ching divine lightning and snorted coldly. He did not charge towards the chaos beyond the heavens. At this critical moment for the human race, it was not appropriate for him to leave the eldritch world. Otherwise, he would not let today's matter go so easily. However, the Grand Pure One's attack this time had formed a huge karma with the celestial court. Whether it was the four heavenly deities or Haotian, they would have to fight with him in the future to settle this karma. The two of them were not fighting to determine the victor, but to express their attitude. Therefore, after that attack, the two of them stopped. This farce ended, and the eldritch world returned to peace. However, the eldritch world was calm, but the chaos beyond the heavens stirred again. With a boom, the chaos shattered, and a huge stone tablet suddenly appeared and blasted towards the Grand Pure One. "How dare you!" With a roar, the Grand Pure One waved the horsetail whisk in his hand and brushed it towards the divine steel of martial arts. Immediately, endless grand pure immortal light erupted, drowning and devouring the divine steel of martial arts. "Old Grand Pure One, how dare you bully me like this?" The moment the divine steel of martial arts shattered, Feng Zichen casually threw out 1,000 elephant divine lightning at the defenseless Grand Pure One. At the same time, his body swayed, and a huge Panga Dao body appeared, charging towards the Grand Pure One. As one of the four heavenly deities, how could Feng Zichen, the great emperor of Ziwei, not react when he saw the Grand Pure One attack the celestial court? Rumble. Panga's Dao body appeared. It was hundreds of millions of feet tall and was accompanied by boundless Dao runes. With every move he made, an unparalleled power erupted, shattering the surrounding primal chaos. This was called the extreme of strength. What? How can your physical body be so strong? I'm afraid even if Dijiang comes back to life, he won't be so powerful. The appearance of Panga's Dao body, Feng Zichen version, for the first time brought a huge impact to the Grand Pure One. The vast and violent aura made his eyelids twitch, and he felt a sense of oppression. Oh no! This beast is too powerful. I can't fight it. The moment Feng Zichen pounced, the Grand Pure One did not hesitate to activate the Khanate Cardinal Treasure, the Taiji painting, and evolved the Yin and Yang Qi to protect himself. Feng Zichen was unfazed by this, and continued to throw a punch. He wanted to use the power of the Taiji painting to verify the power of his physical body. After the baptism of the Great Tao, his physical body had undergone a shocking transformation. His strength had reached an unbelievable level. Strong. Unimaginably strong. Although his Dharma powers and soul were also very strong, they were much weaker in front of his physical body. It could be said that Feng Zichen's physical body was his strongest technique at the moment. He could shatter the Tao with his bare hands. The power of a single attack could shatter the world.
Boom.
When Feng Zichen punched out, even the powerful Tai Chi diagram could not help but creak under the pressure. Then, the Yin and Yang Qi that it had evolved shattered, revealing the Grand Pure One inside. Oh no! In his field of vision, a fist kept enlarging. The Grand Pure One did not have time to be shocked. He hurriedly took out the Heaven-Earth Mystic Yellow Merit Pagoda and placed it above his head. Wisps of Heaven and Earth Mystic Yellow Qi hung down to block Feng Zichen's punch. With a bang, Feng Zichen's punch collided with the Heaven-Earth Mystic Yellow Pagoda. Although it did not break through its defense, it sent him flying. Very good. In the distance, the Grand Pure One stood up in a slightly sorry state. His face was no longer as calm as before. There was only endless anger. Fellow Taoist Ziwei, let the poor way experience your supreme method of suppressing the primordial world. As soon as he finished speaking, the Grand Pure One had the Heaven-Earth Mystic Yellow Pagoda above his head. He held the Khanate Cardinal Treasure, the Taiji painting, and charged towards Feng Zichen with a murderous expression. All right. I've long wanted to experience the methods of the leader of the saints. With a thought, Feng Zichen faced him with his bare hands. He could not use the Hongmeng Daozhong. The Zhouxing painting was no match for the Taiji painting. Since that was the case, he would use his physical body to resist the Taiji painting. Anyway, with the strength of his physical body, it was no weaker than a middle-grade Khanate Cardinal Treasure. Boom. As soon as they fought, the disadvantage of Feng Zichen's insufficient realm was highlighted. He was almost suppressed by the Grand Pure One. However, the Grand Pure One could not hurt him. You're tuning in to the Dreamy Chapters YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.